asterisk.
Se ofrecen servicios de intérprete. Consejo Municipal por teléfono. Marque el número 720-386-9023 y utilice el código 104091 estrella.
Thank you. All votes tonight's agenda will be conducted as a roll call vote. We will now call the meeting to order and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Mayor Douglas,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble,
Present.
Councilmember Madera,
Present.
Councilmember Teeter,
Present.
Councilmember Chacon, Councilmember Kim,
Here.
Councilmember Dukes,
Present.
Councilmember Ford,
Here.
and Councilmember Douglas.
Present.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. I need a motion second to accuse a member not present. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
So moved. So moved, sorry.
Okay. Councilmember Douglas.
Second, please.
Okay. The motion on the floor is to excuse members not present. I will ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is open.
Okay, it passes 5-3, one absence. All right. Okay, next is the Pledge of Allegiance, and I was just informed early this morning that we lost a long-time member of Commerce City, Guillermo Serrano. If you can keep him in your prayers, we'd appreciate that. Thank you. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Do any council members wish to amend the agenda? Seeing none, need a motion and second to adopt the agenda as presented. Councilmember Kim.
So moved.
Councilmember Teeter. Okay, the motion on the floor is to adopt the agenda as presented. I will ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is open.
That passes 8 to 1 excused absence. All right, public comments. All public comments except those on public hearings will occur now. If you are intending to comment about a public hearing tonight's agenda, please refrain from doing so until the public comment for that particular hearing. Public comment shall be limited to 3 minutes each. Persons registered to speak for multiple items may speak multiple times. Will the clerk please call anyone who has signed up virtually or in-person speakers, please?
Thank you, Mayor. We do not have any virtual speakers. The first person in person we have to speak will be Priya Mahesh.
Good evening, all the council members. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Priyamvada Mahesh, and I'm from Century Communities. My address is 9211 Rifle Street, Commerce City. Today, I'm here to respectfully request that the council reconsider and ultimately remove the requirement for mandatory fire sprinkler systems in new single-family homes. To begin by saying that safety is a priority. We all share the same sentiment. We all want homes that protect our families, our neighbors, and our firefighters. But policies must also be practical, evidence-based, and economically reasonable for the people who live here. The current sprinkler mandate, while well-intended, places a significant financial burden to builder community and hence to all the homeowners. Firstly, the cost impact is substantial. Installing residential fire sprinklers adds thousands of dollars to the price of a new home. In a time when housing affordability is so predominant and like extensively looked at. The requirement makes homeownership even harder for younger families, first-time homeowners, and residents on fixed incomes, which are the majority of the demographic. Secondly, modern homes they already include multiple layers of fire protection that have proven effective. Building codes require smoke alarms, fire-resistant building materials, improved electrical standards, and safe heating technologies. Unlike large multi-unit buildings, single-family homes generally allow quick evacuation and direct exterior access. We are faced with this mandate without having the right resources to support the system. Having low water static pressures on site impacts the functioning of the sprinkler system and requires expensive upgrades to it, sometimes booster pumps. Homeowners should be given the opportunity to choose if they want fire sprinklers installed in their homes. Many jurisdictions have reviewed this same issue and decided that sprinklers should remain optional in single-family homes. The decision to remove the mandate is not a step away from safety, it's a step towards balanced, reasonable regulation and respects personal choice and economic realities. For these reasons, I respectfully ask the Council to remove the fire sprinkler requirement for single-family homes and return this decision to the homeowners. Let's prioritize safety in ways that are effective, affordable, and practical for the people who live here. Thank you for your time and service to our community. I appreciate your thoughtful. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next person to speak will be Jager Luke.
Good evening, City Council. I'm here also to speak about the requirement for residential sprinklers in homes. A point I want to bring up is Councilmember Dukes brought up that residential homes is something that is an investment for somebody. I believe the best way to maintain and carry on that investment is residential sprinklers. I'm going to keep it very short and simple, but what I'd like to offer, because I sit on the Board of Appeals and currently we don't have a quorum, I want to offer my knowledge, code knowledge, construction knowledge, and the fact that I'm not able to give to my community yet because we don't have a quorum, and utilize that to help you as a city council to develop a stakeholder meeting where we can come up with solutions to creating a safe and affordable community for Commerce City. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next to speak will be Jay Wilmot.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jay Wilmot. I am the Division Chief of Fire Prevention here at South Adams County Fire Department. I just want to start by saying thank you, guys. This has been a long road for us. We've probably been having these conversations 5 going on 6 months, and I want to say while I don't agree with everyone's position on this matter, I do want to say thank you for your willingness to learn about these systems, to meet with me and my teams and hear our point of view on the subject. And thank you for your open-mindedness to kind of contemplate both sides of the issue. This is an important issue, not just to the fire service, but to the community as a whole. And you guys have taken it seriously, and I do appreciate that. So I'm probably not going to tell you anything tonight that you haven't already heard me say. There's nothing new, trick up my sleeve or anything like that. But what I did do is I went back and I watched the last vote, and I listened to the people that voted in favor of the amendment, kind of some of the points you had, and I wanted to address a couple of those questions. One of the things I heard as a theme kind of throughout was that this limits us from being competitive. I want to say that this is a growing trend, not just in Colorado, but nationally. So right now, just in this area, there's mountain communities that have it as well, but Boulder County has it, Broomfield, Erie, Federal Heights, Golden, Lakewood, Louisville. I'm from Kentucky, that's how we say Louisville. It's not Louisville, it's Louisville. Superior, Westminster, and Castle Pines have it. Right now, considering it for adoption are Wheat Ridge, Adams County, Berthoud, and Arvada. I just want to say this is a growing trend that we're on the right side of. Just because you're early to the party doesn't mean it's a bad party. It just means you're a little early, others will come. The other thing I heard a lot is that older homes don't have a minute, and I agree. That's a big concern of mine as well. There's no retroactive requirement in the code that we can use to cover existing homes. Once that home is moved into, the homeowner has say over, their home, what they want to do to it. But older homes do have that option. So what we're talking about when we're doing this amendment is bringing down the level of public safety of the future to the ways of the past. And as fire threats evolved, we just can't afford to do that. The other thing I heard a lot is, where do we stop with safety? And my answer to that is people wearing this uniform, we don't. I will do anything within my power to make this community as safe as possible within the lines of the fire code and within the powers of the position I hold. Threats evolve, and I think safety needs to evolve with it. We can't ignore modern problems with lessons learned from the past. The first code of NFPA 13, which oversees sprinklers, was published in 1896. And to close, I just want to say I don't expect everyone here to agree with me on this matter. Those of you who oppose my view have shared your perspectives, and while I disagree with you, I acknowledge that maybe I just disagree, and that's okay. However, I hope through these conversations what I have done has earned your trust. My team, our firefighters, and our organization have one primary mission: to protect the property of the community, the lives, the property, the developers, and even the developers in the community. We strive to do everything possible to make sure it's safe, well cared for, and looked after, and that's why we're all here today, and that's why we're so passionate about this. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your attention to this matter.
Thank you.
Next, we have Patrick Haney.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Patrick Haney, Regional Coordinator for the National Fire Sprinkler Association, 252 North Pennsylvania Street, Denver, Colorado. When we talk about making sprinklers optional, we need to be honest about what that really means. Optional sprinklers do not get installed. In every jurisdiction where they have become voluntary, installation rates drop to almost zero. When safety features are removed, most homebuyers don't know enough to ask for them. Before we started this conversation, did you all know that fire sprinklers brought the likelihood of getting out of your home and surviving by up to 87%? Did you know you have less than 5 minutes to escape? Did you know that 80% of all fire deaths in this country occur in your home? You probably didn't, and the public also doesn't know this. And realistically, the home builders will not take the time to promote life safety when explaining the system if it's made optional. Making them optional is how the future residents of Commerce City will be seen, in the words of Councilman Ford, as have-is and have-nots when it comes to basic safety, the minimum standard. That means it's on you to choose safety for the future of your community, now and for generations to come. You have heard the facts. You as elected officials know what's at stake for your constituents. The home buyers of spec homes don't get to pick any other of the minimum health and safety features that are included in the minimum building codes. Making sprinklers that have been part of the minimum standard since 2009 optional for all practical purposes is the same thing as removing them entirely. Fires in Commerce City don't burn any slower than they do anywhere else in this country, but they do burn a lot faster. And that's because of modern furnishings, open floor plans, lightweight modern construction. Fires burn 800 times faster than they did 50 years ago. And this allows fires to reach flashover in less than 5 minutes. That's oftentimes before the fire department can arrive. Fire sprinklers dramatically reduce the risk to firefighters by preventing full involved structure fires. The fire department has been up here week after week, pleading with you guys, asking them for your help to keep this community and to keep them safe. But none of that proven safety is gonna come if sprinklers will be taken out. I want you all to keep something in mind as you go to vote. Every home built without sprinklers in Commerce City will be a home that will rely entirely on the fire department for the next 50 to 100 years. That shifts the cost burden from builders to taxpayers, who will have to fund more apparatuses, more staffing, more hydrants to fight fires that sprinklers would have stopped early. Mayor, council members, this decision will shape the safety of every new home built in this community for generations. Keeping residential sprinklers ensures your residents, your firefighters, your taxpayers, that they will be given the full benefit of a proven modern life safety system. Making sprinklers optional almost guarantees it will never be installed. Please do not make safety an option for a community that counts on you to make the right choices for them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next we have Mike Eggleston.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I I just wanted to say, I've been in the life safety business for over 45 years now. I got into this profession when I was in college, as I saw something that I could do that could potentially help my community, and that was save lives and property. And this is a big thing to me. I've been in this for so long, and I've seen horrific problems with fire, damages, lives lost, and I'm doing everything we can to make sure that we can protect the residents of our community. We want to make sure that in the long run, cost is not a thing. How much is somebody's life worth? How much is it to lose a son, a daughter, an aunt, whoever? You were here the last time when the lady came up, and God bless her, I don't know what her name was, but she told you about losing a lot of her relatives in a Christmas Eve fire. And this is what this is all about. Fire sprinklers can save lives. They are installed properly, the fire department is overseen, they make sure things work. And this is what we're trying to do, is to make sure that this community continues to grow, but grows safely, so that the residents that are here cannot have to worry about a fire taking the life of them or someone that they love. Cost-wise, yes, it is a cost, and it is a thing, and I agree, if it's given as a option, it will very seldom ever be taken, because most people look at it that it will never happen to me. And that's a bad problem. It's something that we need to address, and that a way to get it. And I think, overall, the NFPAs and the Home Fire Coalitions, they are putting the word out, and it is becoming nationwide that fire sprinklers are going to be in single-family homes. So in conclusion, I would ask that you would consider not taking this amendment away and continuing to keep the single-family fire sprinkler system in our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Randall Weigum.
Mayor Pro Temp, City Council. First, I just want to reiterate Fire Marshal Wilmot's response on, the discussions we've had, the education that we've had with each one of you, and the discussions that we've had with our community. I'm up here today kind of twofold. One, as the Deputy Fire Chief of South Adams County Fire, the one that brought this ordinance to the City Council as the Fire Marshal. The second is I am the individual that's been discussed that has a residential fire sprinkler in their house. And also my family has been through a commercial fire that was extremely devastating. Two different scenarios there, but the financial burdens of having a fire to rebuild, especially when people don't have adequate insurance, is very hard. And I've seen it hundreds of times in my 34-year career in the fire service of those individuals not being able to rebuild. We have 3 houses in the city right now that have had fires from 5 years ago and 2 years ago that are still out there boarded up. And I'm gathering that's most likely because insurance hasn't been able to come forward to pay for those. The other thing I want to discuss is part of my requirement that was required where I have a well system, which is different than what we have here. I have a tank and pump system. It cost me $1.70 per square foot to install the fire sprinkler system in my house. And I went above and beyond the code and put it in my garages and in my closets and in my bathrooms, which is not required by code over a certain square footage. So, but what I want to say is thank you for the discussion. It's extremely important to have these for our community to pass forward. Also, what it does is if we keep them required, that allows more people the option to purchase these homes that have that extra savings in there. Smoke alarms are great. They get you out, but they don't do anything for fire damage and rebuilding. And that is where I see in my 34-year career is the biggest aspect of having to deal with fires in residential and commercial buildings is majority of the time they don't get rebuilt and people can't go on with their lives. Or a residential fire sprinkler system, yes, we will have some water damage, but they're able to clean it up and rebuild within time. The last thing I want to say is that we did have a fire in 2019 at our Fire Station 28. We had a solenoid in one of our fire trucks that caught fire inside our bay. And if it wouldn't have been for the commercial fire sprinkler system in there, this community would have been paying thousands of dollars in taxes to rebuild that fire station. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Dan Galasso.
I'm Dan Galasso with Tri Point Homes. My address is 25615 East Otero Place, Aurora, Colorado, 80016. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. So I can't commend the firefighters enough, right? They risk their lives every day to help folks. A lot of times in traffic accidents, a lot of times in home fires, all different things. So I do commend them for doing that. And I don't disagree with what has been said. There are safety concerns. We all can agree that there's safety concerns. The question is, how much? And at $20,000, that's for every $1,000, we price out 2,273 people. So you add $20,000 to the cost of a home, you're going to price out 50,000 people. When you're trying to get a community, build a community, grow a community, 50,000 people is a lot of people that you price out that just can't afford a house. Those people get forced into homes that are less expensive. Those homes that are less expensive, guess what? They don't have fire sprinklers. A lot of them don't have hardwired fire smoke detectors. We force people into a less safe home because of the cost of this. And so we've heard from the firefighters. I congratulate them. We've heard from fire sprinkler installers. What the fire sprinkler installers are asking you tonight is to take $20,000 out of a future homeowner's pocket and put it in their pocket. That's what they're asking for, because that's what's happening. So I get it. We can talk about price versus life safety all night, and we can debate it. And honestly, we're asking you to leave it up to the consumer to decide what's important to them. Is it important to them? Is it not important to them? I've met with the fire department in other meetings. We've met in meetings in Erie. We've met in meetings in other places. I would say there's also starting to be a trend of people recognizing that affordability is a problem, and adding cost to a house is not how we fix it. So there's also a trend of other municipalities looking at repealing their fire sprinkler mandates because of the cost, because there's nothing else we can do to control costs right now. So we're here today asking for you to vote for this amendment and make these fire sprinklers optional. Thank you. I cede my remaining time.
Thank you. Next we have is Morgan Cullen.
Good evening, Mayor Douglas and members of the Commerce City Council. My name is Morgan Cullen, and I'm here speaking tonight on behalf of the Home Builders Association of Metro Denver. The HBA originally provided testimony opposing the fire sprinkler requirement in Commerce City when the town was adopting the 2021 IRC code back in 2023. For the first time ever in Commerce City, a previous city council decided to require fire sprinklers for new home construction, which added approximately $15,000 to $20,000 to the price tag of a single-family home. Since that requirement went into effect in the spring of 2023, a number of extenuating circumstances has significantly contributed to the price of new residential development in Commerce City, most notably a substantial increase in local impact fees. Over the past 2 years, Commerce City has implemented substantial increases to its public parks and recreation fee, its drainage fee, and its road impact fees. The city has also implemented a series of new fees for public safety, general government, and public works. Collectively, these new and existing fee increases have added $20,722.09 to the cost of building a home, a 400% increase. Like tariffs at the national level, these additional fees, along with the fire sprinkler mandate leveled by the city, are being passed on to future residents who wish to call Commerce City home. These fees and mandates have exacerbated housing affordability challenges at a time when builders are struggling to remain profitable and provide attainable housing options. Fortunately, the current fire sprinkler repeal ordinance before you this evening would be a meaningful step in helping to reduce the cost burden on these residents. The ordinance before you today will repeal the current mandate and replace it with an optional requirement that allows aspiring homeowners to make that decision for themselves. Builders will be required to present customers with the option of including a fire sprinkler in their home the same way that they offer upgrades like granite countertops, hardwood floors, nicer lighting, or bathroom upgrades. If they want fire sprinklers installed in their home, they will be charged for them on top of the base price of the home. If not, they can keep their hard-earned money for other priorities. That is their choice to make. Repealing the fire sprinkler mandate will reduce costs and align Commerce City with the vast majority of Denver metro municipalities and counties that do not require fire sprinkler requirements. Of the 16 high-growth local governments that account for over 90% of the residential construction taking place in the Denver metro area, only Commerce City and the town of Erie currently require fire sprinklers for single-family homes. And the Erie Town Council is currently considering a repeal to that requirement as well. Thank you for your time this evening and for your support for this repeal ordinance on behalf of future Commerce City homeowners. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jackie Valdez.
Good evening, council,
Good evening.
city management. Well, I just heard that comment, so what I'm about to say ain't gonna sound very nice. You know, maybe if the developers would think about cutting back on their prices, maybe the people could afford to have the sprinkler systems put into their home and not lose their family and not lose everything they own. 90% of the people that have fires don't realize that, you know what? 90% of what you lose does not get covered. I promise you that. So they're asking you to hold back. Well, go ahead, hold back. But they're gonna be on your doorstep when the fires happen and they lose everything. How is the city gonna help? City don't help enough as it is now. We're helping the builders, that's for darn sure. We're helping taking taxes and putting taxes where they don't need to be put. So think about that when you vote for this. Think about all the people that have already lost their homes and their families, and think about the ones that are about to come. Think about that. I can promise you, they will be on your doorstep. No matter what the situation is, because cost of living is skyrocketing, cost of building is skyrocketing, and I don't see no cuts with the city when it comes to that. I see all this money going out for all these other things that are needlessly needing to be done, like the extra amount of money for the police building up in North, you know, for the golf course, all that extra money that went out for all of that. Well, you know what? Start thinking about your community and not all of your amenities. That's what you all need to think about. You're sitting up there and we depend on every single one of you, every one of you, including the city management. But you know what? We don't see nothing happening. Our taxes are taken left and right. But then, of course, frivolously, they're being spent in other places instead of where they need to be spent. So, and also, by the way, I have other things to say, but I'm gonna have to wait till the next council meeting. I think Mr. Oscar here, since he didn't do his job half of the time, half of his funding should be returned back to the taxpayers. That's what I think. So, you know, think about this, because it's all on you. It's all on you. We depend on you. You're our council, you're our city management, and right now, we can't. So make sure that the developers, make sure the ones that are building these buildings take their cuts. They want everybody else to take cuts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mark Schulman.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and the rest of our team. My name is Mark Schulman. I live at 15612 East 96th. My building faces, it's in Frontera Village Townhomes, if you don't know, which faces 96th in between Chambers and Jasper. My house is 60 feet from 96th. I'm not complaining about the additional lanes and the road expansion. Myself, and I am the president of the HOA, myself and our neighbors, we all accept the fact that we're expanding. We all accept the fact that that was always a truck route, and now it will just be more of a truck route. I think with the expansion, it will be a safer movement of traffic and those truck vehicles going through that corridor. The city studies showed that the sound increase would dictate a sound wall. NoNoise.org and other sound calculators show substantial increase in decibel noise by that 5-mile-an-hour change from 40 to 45. The study also showed that they should have a sound wall and that they should have a traffic light at Laredo, I believe was the street, Laredo. There's no money for that, so that's not going to be provided, even though the study said so. The study also said that we should go 45 miles an hour on that road. As a homeowner and as a president of a community there, we don't want a sound wall. The ones that I've spoken to don't want a sound wall. They bought, the ones that are adjacent to 96 bought that for the sole purpose of the beautiful view. And an 8 to 14 foot high sound wall is going to destroy that and take away our ability to buy and sell and the quality of life issue. So the homeowner has no other recourse if they don't have money for sound walls and don't have money for the traffic lights. The only other thing we can do as a homeowner is change out our windows and doors, which there's no grant money for that, is keep the speed at the pre-expansion rate of 40. I just beg you to consider that, let's say temporarily for a year. I do believe you're still going to expedite the traffic through that area, but you're going to give the homeowners an opportunity to maintain the same decibel level that they had when they purchased the home. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next to speak, we have Tim Trossel.
Good evening, Commerce City Council members. I'm Tim Trostel. I'm a fire protection contractor here in Colorado. I also sit on multiple boards from the state of Colorado Division of Fire Safety Board. I've sat on the Denver Code Council Board, and I've been an assistant with the City of Boulder, Mountain View Fire, and also Erie Fire, which falls underneath the Mountain View Fire. For a correction of fact, Commerce City and Erie are not the only little cities in Colorado that require sprinklers. Westminster, Louisville, Boulder, pretty much 3/4 of the mountain cities, all mountain houses, all include fire sprinklers. So there's quite a bit in there. In going back to the point, my point is, I've been in a lot of these meetings lately between here and Erie. Sprinklers required where they go, we want to leave it up to the homeowner. You don't get it, a lot of times by the time a homeowner can kind of come up, right now there's a lot of inventory out there, but if a homeowner wanted sprinklers and it wasn't mandated, by the time the house, pretty much by the time the house breaks foundation, you're not getting sprinklers. That house is done. It's already set forward in motion. To come back at a later time and put sprinklers in is tough. It'd be like calling up Ford going, I don't like seatbelts, I don't want airbags. Can I get an F-150 old school? And they're going to tell you no. So I look forward to I feel like sometimes there's a place where the government or your fact, they have to look at what's best for the community. Sprinklers were put in because everybody here thought it was a good idea. So if you pull them back, and let's say you pull them back and in 12 months there's a fire and a family dies on Christmas, like somebody that was speaking, they had a family members die on Christmas to a fire. Does that open up legal for you guys to have legality? Because you're like, safety is not important and the house burns and there's a loss of life. It's tough. This has been a code that's been in place. It's been danced around for a long time. So I believe that I haven't leaving it as an option for people to pick it when a house is like 1/3 of the way into construction and let's say my daughter who's looking for houses and she's actually looking in the Commerce City area, loves the area. She goes in there and the house is half under construction. There's no sprinklers been put in. You can add lights. You can add, hey, I want finished basement. Those things are adding sprinklers at that point is very difficult. Was the water line big enough to come into the house? Are we going to have time to be able to go in and design plans, submit plans, and then implement and stay on schedule to get installation started on time? I just don't feel that that is an option to say, we want to leave it up to they know very well that that's not an option to the customer. If they walk in at the rough-in stage where things can be added, they can't add sprinklers. That has to be done with you guys setting the rule up front. I appreciate your time, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's all we had for in-person.
All right. Members of the public were able to submit written comments online and by mail. Written comments were received by the deadline and incorporated into the updated agenda packet. If a follow-up is necessary, you should be expected to be contacted by a staff member. Okay, next, notice of council business, Small Business Ambassador Program. I'll invite Councilmember Dukes to introduce this item.
Thank you, Mayor. So the Small Business Ambassador Program is the follow-up to the Small Business Task Force meeting that we had last week. And the Small Business Task Force, as we all know, took a year to really look at some of the challenges of expanding new businesses, small businesses in the city, as well as existing businesses. A part of the recommendations was to continue this discussion and having a small business ambassador program to align and implement and deepen their relationships. As we can recall, last week's discussion really landed on the policy piece of it. Policy in this case was around the idea of needing to have, examine the process, examine the price, and examine the location and place. And so we want to continue to have that discussion. So this isn't a report, or their time isn't just a year versus like actually having this opportunity to continue this work moving forward. Ultimately, this is to address the issue, and the task force itself isn't the work. The work is the recommendations out of the task force. And so with that, our motion is making a motion directing the city manager and staff to review the viability of creating a small business ambassadors program to align, implement, and deepen a relationship with small businesses across Commerce City, and report back to the city council no later than the first regular meeting in March.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
I'll wait until he gets a second.
Okay, Councilmember Ford.
I'll second that.
Okay. All right, a motion and a second. Any discussion? Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Yes, thank you very much. I would like to know if you would be willing to entertain an amendment to the motion. At the meeting that we held with the small business group, it was noted that the Blue Ribbon Economic Development Advisory Committee had also recommended an ambassador program so that it wouldn't be just limited to small businesses, but all businesses. It could be tiered, so it was small business and large business, for example. But it seems to me that if we're getting a review at the beginning of March, that it would be worthwhile to include all businesses in Commerce City.
Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I appreciate you coming up with the idea and a solution to have some of the work with the Blue Ribbon Task Force. I don't accept that amendment. Here's why. I believe the BREED Act was something that was taking place for nearly 5 years ago. And I think it's important that the work that was a part of the BREED Act should live on its own. The work with the Small Business Task Force is really specifically to small businesses, and that this intentionality with that is that small businesses are their own set of challenges, their own breed, and the work that they provided was specifically around small businesses. If we continue to expand that scope outside of what was presented and provided, I think it's going to get watered down, meaning that I want action. I want us to be able to stay focused and stay targeted, and so that's why I would respectfully decline that amendment in the sake of staying targeted, making sure we have action, and we move forward with the small business effort.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. So that couldn't have been 5 years ago because I was on the BREDAC and I've only been on council 4 years. So what I would like to see is, unlike what happened after the BREDAC commission, whatever you want to call it, ended, there was a recommendation for an ambassadors program. There were all kinds of recommendations. Nothing ever came of it. Nothing came of it. So all that time that was spent attending those meetings, nothing came of it. So with the small business moving, I would like to see it move forward. And I would like to see that we do have success with it so that our small businesses do have an opportunity to grow our small business community, not only our small business community, but our business community, period. So I'll support it, but there's a reason for that amendment that was suggested.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Yes, thank you. I understand Councilmember Dukes, but to echo Councilmember Douglas's point, only last year, in fact, I introduced the proponent of the ambassador program to our economic development leadership. We all had a coffee together, and he was with Comcast, and he is an ambassador, an actual ambassador for Comcast, who brought this idea forward to the BREDAC committee. So even as late as recent, that is, as last August, we were meeting with the economic development team about introducing an ambassador program. I don't see why we can't do both simultaneously, do small business, and then also do larger businesses. I don't want to harm either version of it, but it's just having an open-mindedness about including both.
Councilmember Dukes.
I appreciate Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Douglas's point about the BREDAC. And there's a term, you can boil the ocean. And so I think if we continue to try to do too much, we're not going to get any results. I'm not interested in boiling the ocean. I'm interested in staying focused on the Small Business Task Force. I'm interested in staying focused on the recommendations that the Small Business Task Force provided. And I'm interested in that because of the intentionality that was set with this task force. I believe some of the challenges with the BREDAC, as I've spoken to a number of members on the BREDAC, is that the scope was too big, the outcomes were vague, and I think, if anything, it'll be curious around re-establishing a form of a Blue Ribbon Economic Development Task Force that models what we did with the Small Business Task Force so that we can have clear outcomes, clear expectations, and then if there is a need for an ambassador program for big businesses, I think I'll be open to having that discussion. But at this time, just again, I'm not interested, and I want to respect the time of the folks who participate in the Small Business Task Force so we don't, again, try to boil the ocean. We are intentional with what we move after, and then we are intentional with providing the equity, in this case, of the focus for small businesses that deserve and what's needed within our city.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
I appreciate that, Councilmember Dukes, and since a motion was not made for the BREDAC ambassador's suggestion, I can certainly see the value in making a motion and approving it now. So I will certainly support it and hope that in the future we can expand it.
All right. Councilmember Douglas.
So in the discussion last week, which I thought was a very healthy discussion, it was identified that there are issues here that prohibit small businesses from being established. And part of that is the fact that we don't have buildings that are already built. We have rents that are too high. We have metro districts that prohibit establishing small businesses. I also want to say that there was an article that came out in Citizens Portal, and unfortunately, the quotes were accredited to the wrong council person. Those were actually quotes that I made, and they were accredited to Councilmember Dukes. I tried to get that corrected with Citizens Portal. However, that has not happened. And so I just want to make that clear. I was the one that said we need to establish a report so we can look at the good, the bad, and the ugly, so that we can get to the root of the problems that prohibit small businesses from coming here. We heard that there was a small business that we lost to Brighton because they couldn't establish themselves here. And that's why I said that. We need to get to the root of the problem here and understand why we're not getting the businesses that are going to other cities. So I just wanted to make that clear, and I will support this, but we need to do a deeper dive than just having ambassadors.
Councilmember Dukes.
I completely agree with Councilmember Douglas that was the purpose of the Small Business Task Force, to do a deeper dive and to have 2 reports that are going to be submitted and due. There was one that was submitted in May, and then they're going to have a final report that will be submitted here in addition to the presentation that was somewhat serves as a report. I also do agree that that's why focusing on small businesses is going to be critical, because there are specific issues. There's challenges. We have lost businesses to other cities, especially small ones. When you think about the space and challenges with space and not having buildings, that's going to require a deeper level of thinking and opportunities. And so I 100% agree. And that's why having a small business task force as is and the recommendation to move forward with the small business ambassador is one of the reasons why I want to continue to stay focused on this effort. With that, I would like to call for the vote. I know this is the amendment to add the connection of the BREAD Act and small business. So I'd like to call for that vote so we can move forward.
Excuse me, we don't need to vote on that. You rejected it, and I didn't bring it forward as a motion. I said I would go forward with it as it is.
Okay, thanks.
And we can do it later.
Okay. So I would like to
So
call for
the-
a vote for
I'm
the
gonna
small business.
Repeat the motion. The motion on the floor is to direct the city's management and staff to review the viability of creating a small business ambassador program to align, implement, and deepen the relationship with small businesses across Commerce City, to report back to Commerce City by no later than the first regular meeting in March. We'll ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes 8 with 1 excused absence. All right, cancellation November 24, 2025 study session due to the holidays and lack of agenda items. We'll ask for a motion, a second, to cancel the November 24, 2025 study session. Councilmember Kim.
Yeah, I move to cancel the November 24th study session.
Councilmember Ford.
I'll second that.
Okay, the motion on the floor is to cancel the November 24, 2025 study session. We'll ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes 6-2. All right. Presentations, Kalia, accreditation for Commerce City Police. We'll invite Police Chief Wallanola to introduce their items. Good evening, Chief.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. Thank you for letting me take a moment of your time tonight to share an exciting announcement, and thank you all for your ongoing support of the Police Department. This past Friday, November 14th, along with our accreditation manager, Jeff Nix, Deputy Chief Sadar, I had the opportunity to represent Commerce City PD at a hearing in front of the Commission for the Accreditation of Law Enforcement Agencies. This was the final step in a process that has been underway since 2023, when we first sought to become one of the 5% of law enforcement organizations in the nation to maintain a national accreditation. Subsequent to our hearing, we were formally accredited by CALEA. What this means, quite frankly, is that none of you, nor the city manager, nor the community need to rely on my word as chief of police that CCPD works to provide the highest level of public safety possible. While my word in that regard has always been good, it's now backed by an organization created in 1979 to provide accreditation credentialing for law enforcement agencies, not just in the United States, but throughout North America. They not only review how we say we do things, they make us prove it, and they also come visit our operation to see that we are practicing what we preach. In honor of this achievement, we created this plaque. This will be displayed in the lobby of our police department. In addition to the names of all members of the police department at the time of our hearing, it also displays the name of the city manager and his deputies, as their office was critical in achieving this goal, and we appreciate their support. And it bears the names of each of you, as your support, not just for our accreditation, but for the police department, is appreciated more than you know. I would also like the city clerk's going to help me. I would like to present each of you with a challenge coin that we created to memorialize our first national accreditation. On one side, you'll find our organizational values as well as the 4 virtues of man that we hold dear. It also displays our badge and our desire for continuous improvement. On the other side, you'll find denoted that CALEA is considered the gold standard in public safety. It denotes the date that we appeared before the commission and bears the CALEA logo with the words "Progress in Perpetuity." You'll note that the coin spins, which is a symbolic reference to our desire to continuously improve as we continuously keep up with or follow the leading standards for law enforcement put forth by CALEA. On behalf of the police department, thank you for your ongoing support, and thank you for letting me have a moment of your time this evening to share our good news.
Hell yeah.
Thank you, Chief. Is there any questions for the chief with accreditation? Yes, we'll just ask him if there's any questions. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Congratulations, Chief. Well earned. And it's so impressive how far the department has come in such a short amount of time. Before I came on city council 6 years ago, there were a lot of problems. And even during the early years on city council, we would get these anonymous letters, and it was a little too exciting in your department, if you could say. Nothing like that under your leadership. The officers are doing a fabulous job, you're doing a fabulous job, and now you have the accreditation to go along with it. And it's quite something to be one of 5% of the departments in the nation. So congratulations, it's truly an honor, and it's really great news.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Dukes.
Congratulations. This is, just to echo, this is a great honor. You have, and your team and the police department has become a shining star for us as a city. As a Colorado native and, born and raised and still stay here, I have heard the stories of the past, and I am just excited to hear about the stories of the future and your leadership. So thank you so much for your leadership. Thank you for the police department. And this is a true asset for us as a community. You guys are, so I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kim.
Chief, can you explain to the folks that understand, that don't understand what the communication assistance for law enforcement is? What painstaking process at a high level did you guys have to go through for the past 2 years?
Well, what CALEA does is they look at leading practices and they put out policies that address the leading practices in law enforcement. And they do this for everyone from municipal law enforcement agencies to jail or prison operations to communication centers. And the tier that we're under is the municipal law enforcement. So there was just under 200 different standards that we had to meet. And that involved reviewing all our policies to ensure that they met CALEA standards. And then we had Rocky Mountain Accreditation Network come in and help us go over those to see how our formal file review would go. CALEA then goes into our policies and looks at all of our policies to determine whether or not they're compliant. We met with CALEA after that to address some small issues that came up during that to ensure compliance. And then they sent an evaluator out to visit us and interview. I know some of you may have been interviewed, other members of the community, to ensure that we are doing things just as we're supposed to be doing things and in compliance. And this will be a process that will continue to be reviewed. Our next formal accreditation will be in 4 years, but 25% of all those policies and processes will be reviewed annually with our next reaccreditation occurring in 4 years.
To ensure the standards are being continuously met year over year.
It is an ongoing process.
And so the 5%, being a part of that 5% means that, I mean, not anybody can just apply for this and pass with flying colors, it seems like, correct?
No, this is not a rubber stamp sort of thing. There's a tremendous amount of work and manpower that goes into aligning your organization with their standards.
Well, hats off to you and the rest of the team, absolutely, from Deputy Chief Sadar down also. So congratulations to you guys and the team.
Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas.
So I just want to echo what everyone else has said, but I've expressed my feelings several times throughout your tenure here. And just your leadership has really shined for us. So we appreciate it. Still hear from the people in Wheat Ridge that they're still missing you. But congratulations, and keep up the good work, and thank you for watching over Commerce City.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ford.
Congratulations, Chief. I lived through some of those trying times with our police department, and I'm really happy with where our police department is today. So congratulations to you and to the entire police department. Thank you for doing what you do.
Thank you, sir.
Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, I'll just echo how proud we are of the police force. You know, growing up here, I've had a gun pulled on me by the police when I was a kid, and you know, it was a different time back then, and a lot of people don't know that Commerce City went through reform before police reform was, you know, even a thing that was talked about or popular. And so a lot has changed over the years for the better, and you know, under your leadership, that betterment and improvement continues to get even better. And so, you know, I'm happy to support you guys and know all the good work that you guys do and all the hard work that goes into it, you know, especially given the numbers of the police force and the size of a city that you have to cover. And, you know, police interactions now are completely different than, you know, they were when I was growing up. And it's something truly to be proud of.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Teeter.
Yeah, congratulations, Chief. And I just like to say I've been around for quite a while, and way back in the 70s, I think I was just a lieutenant or a captain back then with the fire department, but spent the night, or me and another firefighter called him up and said, hey, we want to go for a ride along. And we spent all night out until early morning, and got to tell you, you're all invited to take a ride. You just got to ask, and they'll take you for a ride. But I gained more respect for the police department, and I've worked with the sheriff's department quite a bit over the years, and the state patrol in Commerce City. Commerce City's always been far more professional than any of them, and that's something to say right there. But anyway, thank you, and please hire some more officers.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. I really appreciate your department in the city going through this, your department going through this CALEA accreditation. I had the pleasure of being part of those interviews. And I want to say our former Chief of Police, Phil Baca, tried to bring CALEA back in 2012. And that did not go through. That was not successful. And I appreciate you bringing this back. It shows the level of service that you were trying to bring to our city and to make sure the officers that are hired are the utmost for patrolling our streets and protecting our citizens. So with that, congratulations to you, and to have the council come forward, we can take a picture together.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, on to the consent agenda. The consent agenda includes items that are routine, procedural, informational, self-explanatory, non-controversial. These items are presented to council in a single motion and a vote. Any council members may ask to remove a specific item off the consent agenda for further discussion and separate vote. Tonight, there are 9 items of the consent agenda. Do any council members wish to remove any items? Okay, seeing none, a motion is second to approve the consent agenda as presented. Councilmember Kim.
So moved.
Councilmember Teeter.
Second.
Okay. The motion on the floor is to approve the consent agenda as presented. Will the clerk read the titles and take a roll call vote?
Minutes of the November 3rd, 2025 regular meeting. Ordinance 2711, an ordinance amending Article 3 of Chapter 2 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code to provide general provisions for boards and commissions. Ordinance 2724, an ordinance amending the 2025 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by appropriating unencumbered fund balances in the General Fund and Facility Services Fund, recognizing employee benefits cost-sharing revenue in the Benefits Fund, and authorizing the expenditure thereof. Ordinance 2726, an ordinance amending the 2025 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of grant funding from the Department of Local Affairs in the amount of $56,250 for the development of a housing action plan. Ordinance 2733, an ordinance amending the section 21-9230 of the Land Development Code to repeal the water acquisition fee. Ordinance 2741, an ordinance amending the 2025 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of grant funding from Walmart in the amount of $4,000 for public safety and parks recreation and golf community service events. Proclamation 25-032, a proclamation declaring November 29th, 2025 as Small Business Saturday in Commerce City. Resolution 2025-164, a resolution approving the transfer of city-owned property located at the northwest corner of 96th Avenue and Landmark Drive. And Resolution 2025-167, a resolution appointing members to designated boards and commissions of Commerce City. Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes 8 votes with 1 excused absence. All right. On to public hearings. Resolution 2025-087, case number AN 25-0003, Commerce Place annexation. Tonight's public hearings determined eligibility for annexation, case number AN 25-003. We'll remind council the following: only ask questions, gather facts, but not express your opinion or indicate how you will vote. You are not permitted to provide testimony if you wish to participate in decision or rely on facts developed in the hearing and the record, and apply those facts to the criteria in this stated statute. I will invite the city attorney to address council.
Is there any council member who cannot hear this matter and make a determination fairly and impartially based on the record before you and the facts and evidence as developed at the public hearing? Let the record reflect that no member of council has indicated an inability to be fair and impartial. Thank you, Mayor. One other thing, as a reminder, this is eligibility for annexation pursuant to the CRS provisions, which are at the back of your binder. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now open the hearing. The city will be limited to 5 minutes for the presentation. We'll invite Nathan Chavez, the city planner, to make the presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. It's good to see you all again. Excellent. So the annexation process is governed by the Municipal Annexation Act and Colorado Revised Statutes. And specifically, there are 3 steps to the process. The first, substantial compliance, determines if an annexation petition meets submittal and content requirements. The second step, annexation eligibility, which is under consideration tonight, has the purpose of determining whether or not the proposed annexation meets the Colorado statutory requirements, and if the subject property is eligible for annexation into Commerce City. And finally, the third step, which is the annexation ordinance, officially annexes a site into a city or jurisdiction if approved. So step 1, substantial compliance, was approved by this body on October 6th of this year and set the annexation eligibility hearing date for tonight or today. And then when the annexation agreement is finalized and the annexation zoning application is submitted for this particular site and the reviews are finished, both applications will be heard by council for determination at a future date. And again, the item under consideration tonight is step 2, which is the resolution of eligibility for annexation. So this is an aerial of the site. The approximately 35.01 acre property is located at the southeast corner of East 104th Avenue and Brighton Road. To the eastern portion of the site borders US 85, and then to the northeast is the Bell Creek commercial area. So upon review of the application, staff found that the proposed site meets the Colorado Revised Statute eligibility criteria, and specifically the proposed site meets the 1/6 contiguity minimum requirement. A community of interest exists in annexing the site because it lies within the city's urban growth boundary, and due to the surrounding Commerce City roadways, water district utilities, and location of the site within the fire district jurisdiction and Commerce City's general service area for water rights, the site is capable of integration into the city. In addition, all 5 parcels within the petition are owned by the same ownership group. There are no other annexations occurring for this site at this time within the city or other jurisdictions or municipalities, and both the Adams 14 and 27J school districts provided letters stating that there is no anticipated student generation, and as a result, there is no anticipated detachment from either school district for the site. And lastly, the petition meets the Colorado Revised Statutes as amended, is directly bordered by Commerce City and will not extend the municipal boundary by more than 3 miles, and there are no street or alleys eligible within the proposal for annexation. So staff finds that the annexation meets all the criteria and recommends approval of Resolution 2025-087, adopting the annexation eligibility findings as outlined in the Colorado Revised Statutes. Thank you so much for your time. Staff is available to answer questions, and the applicant is available virtually to answer any questions you all may have.
Thank you. Any council members have questions for staff? Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you, Nathan, appreciate it. Could you tell us how long the city has been in conversation with this landowner? How many years?
To my knowledge, a formal application was submitted in 2018, 2019, and was subsequently withdrawn within that same year in 2020. And then there was some communication between that initial application and the application which was submitted this year in 2025. So to the best of my personal knowledge, about 6 years, maybe 7, if conversation occurred prior to the 2019 submittal, which I'm sure did occur, but yeah.
Is it unusual for projects to take a while? Or is it usual? Does this happen commonly, that it can take a few years for something to come to fruition? Like an annexation, for example?
Yeah, it would definitely argue, depends on the type of application and the roadblocks and hurdles with any site. Annexation certainly does take a lot longer due to negotiations and the need for an annexation agreement. So yes and no, it depends, but annexations certainly take a little bit longer than other applications.
Thank you very much.
Any other council members have questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll now invite the public to provide testimony. Has anyone signed up to testify tonight?
No, Mayor.
All right, let's keep all that. We'll now ask the clerk to call on those registered to speak.
We do
sorry.
not have any virtual
None?
speakers.
All right, sorry about that. We'll now close the public hearing. Need a motion second to adopt Resolution 2025-087. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
So moved.
Councilmember Kim?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Motion on the floor is to adopt Resolution 2025-087. We'll ask the clerk to read the title and take a roll call vote.
Resolution 2025-087, a resolution determining the eligibility for annexation to the city of Commerce City, Colorado of the property generally located at the southeast corner of East 104th Avenue and Brighton Road in case AN 25-0003, known as the Commerce Place annexation. Your vote is open.
Okay.
I voted yes.
Can we just redo that, please? Thank you.
That's reopened for y'all. Mayor Douglas, how do you vote?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, that passes 8 with 1 excused absence. Okay, before we go to the second reading, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Ordinance 2732, fire sprinkler system requirements. This ordinance was not approved unanimously and was therefore not placed on the consent agenda. Do any council members have questions for staff? Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you very much. Do we know how many homes have been fitted with sprinkler systems to date since the ordinance passed?
Thank you, council member. My name is Mike Sutherland. I'm the Director of Community Development. And unfortunately, I do not know that data, although I'm happy to get that for you if you'd like. It would take me some time, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll pass on that answer then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Councilmember Madera.
How often do these sprinkler systems need to be inspected?
City Manager Rogers.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that would be a more appropriate question for the South Adams County Fire District.
Okay. So,
Can you repeat the question?
How often do these sprinkler systems need to be inspected?
So they're inspected upon installation and never again. So we go in, we'll do a rough, and that's kind of where we make sure the placement is like what we saw on the plans, and the plans are reflected in the house. And then we'll do a final test where we actually pressurize the systems, and after that, they're in for the life of the home.
So they're never inspected ever again?
No. Unlike a commercial system, they're made of an antimicrobial plastic, so you don't get that mick buildup. And once they're in, they're in.
And they never fail for life?
No.
Okay, and I think you already answered my second question, but who does these inspections?
That would be Preston, sitting right here, and our construction team at the Fire Prevention Bureau that I oversee.
And what's the cost of these inspections?
$250 for a single address. So each individual address is a $250 charge that gets you through plan review and inspections with us.
How many inspections have you done to date?
Today? Yeah, 620 homes in 3 years. We probably average, what do you say, per day? Times 2. 12 to 1,800 inspections for 620 completed homes. That number is a little bit dated. It's when I got my data out to you for the first reading, so that number is higher now. But yeah, take that number, divide it by, or multiply it by 2, assuming every home passed. We also have re-inspections, so we're probably sitting around 1,400 to 1,600 total inspections.
Thank you.
Okay. I have a question for Mrs. Sutherland. Yes, thank you. Could you give us a small snapshot of what homes are required to have sprinkler systems with this ordinance?
With the ordinance before you tonight, okay, existing, all new construction new home construction are required to have sprinkler systems unless there is more than 16 feet between structures or 8 feet to the property line.
Okay.
Then they would be exempt.
Okay.
Under the provisions tonight, the homes would, all new construction would be optional for the buyer of the home at the buyer's expense.
All right.
Does
Thank
that
you.
answer your question?
So it's 8 feet from the property line from the house. And the only way that enters into a developer is if, say, that one home decided to, or a home buyer decided to put a bump out in the kitchen and it extends out a foot or 2 feet, then it's within that 8 feet area, correct?
So it's when the house is first constructed.
Yeah.
Additions would not require the installation of a sprinkler system. So it is possible For example, a new home is built, they are 8 feet or more from the property line.
Okay.
And then in the future, a bump out might be built. That would not require the sprinkler system to be installed in the entire home.
Okay, so we're just talking about foundation, and we're not talking about additions to that home, correct?
Correct. The additions are exempt.
Because I've heard it from the development world, builders, that they've been forced to put in, or mandated to put them in when a bump out is added to a home, but it's, as you just say, it's just for the foundation of the home being 8 feet from the property line, correct?
Excuse me, let me clarify my response.
Okay.
I appreciate the additional question because I did not quite understand. When the home is constructed and it's a brand-new home, if they put a bump out, or if a customer asks for a bump out that goes into that 8-foot zone between the property line and the home, they would be required to install a sprinkler system in the entire structure.
All right.
I was saying if the home is built and occupied, and 3 years later, a person wants to build a bump out or a bay window, we wouldn't require the entire home to be sprinklered.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, I need a motion and second. You have a question, Councilmember Kim? You go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay. I need a motion second to adopt ordinance 2723 on second and final reading. Okay, Councilmember Madera.
So moved.
Councilmember Teeter.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you very much. This one is worded very oddly, so just for clarification for everyone, it does mean that the current sprinkler system requirements would cease if you vote yes, correct?
Correct. City Attorney Starzecki?
Correct. If you voted yes, it would make the requirement optional. It would not be a firm mandate.
Okay. Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, this is a difficult one because on the one hand, people will argue safety, and then on the other hand, you'll have people argue the price, and that's why it comes down to, it should be up to the homeowner, making it a required option for people to make that decision for themselves. Right now, it's kind of wild, like 16 feet in between homes is a lot. You drive through the city, and that's pretty rare unless you're going, to the $1 million homes that those may not even be 16 feet apart. And, some of the comps that people brought up, Louisville, the median home price there is $930,000. Boulder, median home price is $1.4 million. Commerce City median home price is $507,000. So we're talking apples and oranges. A lot of foothills towns that are quite a bit more expensive than what we have out here on the plains. And people compare it to seatbelts. The thing with seatbelts is they're required for all the cars across the entire nation. So until we get to that point, I think we're just putting ourselves at a disadvantage, one, but two, we're talking about single-family homes that, you make this decision for yourself. We already require sprinklers in condos and apartment buildings and more dense type residential. But when you're looking at homes, that should be your choice. I would be supportive of this if we retroactively were to outfit homes that were built after, 2010. would people support it then if you had to pay the same price to put sprinkler systems in your house like you're trying to mandate for people that are moving into the city? I think if we looked at it like that, it'd be a different story, right? We're trying to mandate something on someone trying to move in, have the same opportunity that everyone here's had, being a Commerce City resident and being able to have an affordable home, in a nice community. And, I just think that we shouldn't take that away. And, when it comes to the sprinklers, it's a required option. So if people want to outfit sprinklers, the developers have to offer it. And that, to me, is the right way to do it.
Councilmember Kim.
Mr. Rogers, just for clarity's sake here, repealing and making this as an option would only apply to single-family detached and duplexes, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Since last month, I've reached out to the fire department, reached out to the HBA as well, spoke to both sides. And I've thought long and hard about this, and of course, we have people on both sides. One that says yes, it should be an option. The other side that says no, it should not be an option. This should be mandated, so on and so forth. So not only did I do that, but I also talked to the South Adams County Water and Sanitization District as well. And they're pretty much agnostic. They would ensure that the piping is put in to ensure that, if a resident would want the sprinkler system in, that the correct pipe, I'm not a genius in that, but they would make sure that they would have the piping there essentially that leads up to the house, or at least actually just outside of the house. Spoke to a couple of realtors, spoke to a lot of residents about this, not just what I saw on social media, but of course you hear from both sides altogether. But honestly, at the end of the day, I look at it, it's like, what about current residents? Now, I know for the fact that we've had residents here tonight and even outside of here, that I've talked to personally that said, yes, absolutely, you should make it a mandatory. Then the other side of it says, no, it should be an option. But the key theme question I get asked is, how much is too much government oversight? Are we going to mandate this, force it upon the people, or are we going to give them the option? I mean, if I'm mandated to put in a sprinkler system, how would I feel about it? My feelings don't matter. More so, just the residents' feelings do. So, however you decide, the choice is yours. That's all.
Councilmember Teeter.
Yes, I'll be supporting this amendment. It's all about getting people into houses and that can't afford it. And when I first got on council, that's what our goal was to change what was going on, because there was no such thing as affordable housing. It just doesn't exist anymore. And a lot of it's because of the way things are set up, with the fees are too high, and we've been working on that. We've been working on a number of different programs to try to get affordable housing so that people can get in to these homes. As far as it being unsafe to get into a home without a sprinkler, I've been around the fire service for over 42 years, been probably on more structure fires than all you guys put together. But as far as carrying out burn victims, the only burn victims I've seen, whether there was a fire or sprinkler there or not, were from flash fires. In other words, natural gas, an explosion. Somebody putting gasoline into their generator downstairs in the dark in the basement and getting burned. But as far as the sprinkler system saving them, by the time the sprinkler system, if they would have had a sprinkler system in those situations, the people would have been burnt before the sprinkler system went off. And then the sprinkler system would have saved that room. I'll stand behind that, not part of it, but most of the people that were burnt they were from flash burns. I'm a big believer in smoke detectors. I'd like to see them in every room, and if we had that, we wouldn't hardly ever have any fatalities, but I'm not that big on sprinkler systems, but they do work in commercial buildings. But I'll be supporting this just to get people into houses. That's all I got.
Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, I want to just thank Councilmember Kim. As you guys can recall, when we first had this discussion about this ordinance, I think at the very beginning, most of us was on, maybe not most, a number of us were really on the fence around repealing it all together and saying this is something we should just take off the books in general for the same reasons that Councilmember Teeter mentioned. But it wasn't until Councilmember Kim said, hey, how about we find a middle ground, right? How about we make it optional? Instead of saying, let's, throw the baby out with the bathwater, instead of just taking it all out, let's make it optional. And I want to thank him for that, because at that point, it really was a pivotal piece in terms of saying, hey, there could be a compromise. There could be an opportunity to see a chance for folks who want it to actually use it and buy it as a part of the build spec process. And then also thinking through the conversation with South Adams Water about making sure that the pipage and the footage, I think it's a 1-inch pipe, is going to be available for all new builds so that people have the opportunity to put them in. And so again, that's Councilmember Kim's leadership on really helping us see this middle ground. In that vein, we all heard both sides, right? It's a good discussion around the pros and cons, and I understand each side has some value proposition to it, frankly. And I think the opportunity to make it optional is the right space. I'm gonna continue to be consistent in that area, making it optional. But I believe optional is because of the leadership and because of the conversations around opportunities for people that still have it, opportunities for community members to move in, and then opportunities for them to say, if I do want it, they can build it in at the new construction phase versus later on down the line. So with that, I'll still be supporting this ordinance to keep it optional.
Thank you. Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. So I was part of the council who initiated this to begin with, and we didn't take it lightly. It was well thought out, and for this to come back to be rescinded is just unthinkable to me. So I've talked to a lot of people who have had family members who are victims of fires, and I can tell you that they are horror stories. Horror stories. Housing now, unfortunately, has been artificially inflated by the greedy. There is one side here that is going to benefit in profits. The other side is here to benefit the welfare of mankind, humans. Housing has become a commodity. It is no longer something that serves the public. Most companies are now publicly traded. When I was growing up, my dad was a contractor, and he built those houses one at a time. We were poor, but he took such pride in what he built. And I stained many feet of baseboard. I painted walls. I wish I would have learned how to drywall. I didn't. But I can tell you the pride has gone out of building for communities. It's put them up as fast as you possibly can for as much profit as you possibly can. We need to go back. We need to go back. So I will be a no vote on this. I will continue to support public safety. And, you know, maybe somebody should just consider taking a little less in their paychecks who are here.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I've really appreciated hearing from both sides on this important issue. Tonight, I had a new angle brought forward by one of the speakers, and I knew optional isn't really going to be optional. So what did that mean? Well, frankly, if you put it at the point that a house is sold in a new development, even if it's still soil, they still will not be putting those in optionally. That just doesn't make sense. I could see that argument that was made, that there won't, in any of these projects, this option really won't be an option. Plenty of things have been added to homes to make them safer over the decades, and I just think that it makes sense, and I will be continuing to be a no vote on this and to keep the ordinance in place as it stands.
Thank you. And yes, I'm looking at these impact fees, and we do have some high impact fees, excluding the water. In the water district, those fees continue to go up no matter what you do. I remember businesses coming in, the businesses were car washes. You want to build a car wash? I remember permit to pull for a water tap was $50,000. Then it went to $150,000. Now it's $1 million tap fee for a car wash. Then I heard a lot about sprinkler system installation, the cost. Some as low as $6,500, some as high as $20,000. There's no price tag. It's not like going to Costco and you know that's the price. No, it all depends on those options is how much more a home builder wants to add that on. If it was just cost of materials, it's not $20,000. Cost of materials, you got labor involved, then you're looking at $5,000. That's $15,000 to me, from what I see, is profit. And that's what a lot of these things are, profit. Okay? You can add things on. I mean, we might as well charge extra for outlets. For GFI, making sure that, you know, I mean, there's levels of safety and code. And this has been out there for a long time. It's either you adopt a code or you don't. And then with wildfire mitigation coming up, insurance companies, they're looking at how can you mitigate, it's not only property loss, but safety insurance for a house being built so close. And that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about putting these in every home. That's why I asked the question about the distance from each home, the setback. It's 8 feet. 8 feet between the home and the fence, not 16, 8 feet. So it's 16 between the homes, but not the fence. So we need to, and these are developers building homes, they're not gonna be living in those homes, they're selling them. For me, I'm looking at policy that outlives me on this council. I've been living in the city for 21 years. And in order for me to purchase a home, which I have purchased 2 homes here in Commerce City, if that was a requirement to put that in, I said, what about the house? I like the location. I like living here in Commerce City. And right now, being in Metro District, you actually pay extra money to live there. So there's costs that can be adjusted, but you cannot bring somebody back and make them whole after an incident had happened as far as a fire. So this all comes down to safety, and I know last time we voted, I can honestly say I pushed the wrong button, trying to, it doesn't matter. It came back for a second reading. And here we are, this is really important. So Seeing there's no other council members wanting to speak, the motion on the floor is to adopt ordinance 2732 on second and final reading. As a reminder, a yes vote will make the sprinkler system optional. A no vote will continue the fire sprinkler requirements as they are. Will the clerk read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2732, an ordinance amending Chapter 5, Article 4, Division 2 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code to amend the fire sprinkler system requirements of the 2021 International Residential Code. Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes 5-3. All right. Okay, on to ordinance Z 25-002, rezoning 10225 Chambers Road from Ag to R3. This ordinance was not approved unanimously and was therefore not placed on the consent agenda. Do any council members have questions for staff? Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Yes. Thank you, Nate. I need to ask you again why there needs to be ingress and egress into the Harvest Meadows neighborhood from this complex.
One moment, please. I'm just formulating my response.
Okay, so it is, the apartment complex is on 100th. Harvest Meadows is to the south. It is a metro district. It has a private park. There is no accessible park to the apartment complex. The apartment complex is, I think our paperwork said, the documentation said about 20 minutes. Frontera Park is quite a walk. Are there any conversations going on? Well, never mind, I can't ask that question. I'm very troubled. And so I'm trying to understand why access can't be cut off to Harvest Meadows.
Mr. Chavez?
Yep, sorry, clerk's office, can you please switch over the connection? So currently there are two, or there will be three different roadways that lead from Harvest Meadows into East 102nd Avenue, and requiring all three of those to be cut off generally goes against city policy and code and standards and just best practices for transportation and planning to have connectivity throughout the city. While staff understands the concerns of Harvest Meadows, this additional connectivity is a benefit not only to Harvest Meadows and residents in the region, or residents in the area, but the greater region and also the future multifamily users. And to answer your question directly, the reason it cannot be cut off is because it goes against the city's policies and best practices to promote connectivity throughout the city.
On the opposite side of Chambers Road is another project that does not have accessibility to Frontera Village. Does it?
To confirm, you're asking about the property to the north of Frontera Village?
The property to the east across Chambers Road.
Yes, I'm sorry, Councilmember. The connectivity you're asking about from Frontera Village to the north, there's no connectivity right there.
Correct.
Staff, I cannot speak for what the reasoning was behind the creation of Frontera Village. and why there are no.
There are
Oh,
roads.
Yes, so there's a connection there, and staff actually received a PUD zone document amendment for the property just to the north, and as a part of that process, and during the pre-apps that have come through for that process, staff has considered how that Frontera Village stub will connect to that future property. Unfortunately, I was not a part of those conversations, and I cannot tell you exactly what is proposed there and how that will be built out. But certainly, that stub street will be taken into consideration, especially considering staff's practices and policy for connectivity.
When I met in preliminary planning, there was no connectivity between Frontera Village and that other site. I am troubled by the connection between this apartment complex and Harvest Meadows. Harvest Meadows residents pay mill levy for their metro district. They pay for the cost of their parks, for the park. There is, I just can't, how will these residents know that they're not supposed to use a private park? How will they know they're not supposed to bring their dogs over there? How will they know they're not supposed to use the playground equipment?
Mr. Sutherland, do you want to ask that question?
Yes, thank you. These are public roads in Frontera Village, and the comprehensive plan does anticipate.
You mean Harvest Meadows?
Yeah, excuse me, Harvest Meadows. The comprehensive plan does speak to connectivity of streets, and so also the traffic report that was submitted with this development shows that there'll be minimal traffic that goes from the apartments through Harvest Meadows. And so that's the reason why we support that.
I am concerned not about drivers, but about walkers, people with pets, people who want to use a park. There isn't a park in this project as they have outlined.
And that is a concern that is part of your purview, but still we believe that the connectivity, the ability to walk through those streets is important.
Councilmember Noble, or Mayor Pro Tem Noble, my apologies. There is a planned, a planned recreation center, a private recreation center that includes a pool and other amenities within the site. And staff understands your concerns about the Harvest Meadows Park, and unfortunately, that at that point it would be a matter between the non-Harvest Meadow residents using the park, the Harvest Meadow residents, and potentially police if Harvest Meadow residents wanted to resolve to that.
Thank you. Councilmember Madera.
So just a question on HOA parks in general. Are they considered private if they're not fenced?
I believe so, because the land is still owned by that HOA.
But are they closed to the public?
That's a good.
Rogers?
Thank you, sir. That's a good question, Councilmember Madera. You have to look at the underlying covenants and restrictions and how they will enforce that. Technically, yes. That park is supposed to benefit those users within that neighborhood. In practical application, there are multiple users that will go to parks as they see fit, whether it's walking or driving, and there's no real good way of enforcing who's allowed and who's not allowed, and that's just the reality of a situation when it comes to those private parks. So, you know, from a city perspective, right, they have a requirement to meet what is the standard or the law within the zoning code, in this case, the land development code, or the PUD itself. The application of itself becomes one of those self-enforcement by the HOA through its, like I said, its covenants, restrictions. But once again, that is just something from a practical application, from a logical perspective. Individuals are going to use parks, whether within the neighborhood or they're outside of the neighborhood. Hence why we then try to create neighborhood parks that, are to serve multiple communities, even though they may be located in a specific location. So it's just one of those things that's just a part of just the human equation and human factor.
I guess, City Attorney, looking at you for common law on
That's a tough question on the fly. I don't have an answer for you here. Apology.
okay, because, I think common law, right, is like if you have a pool and you don't have, access prohibited and it's inviting to others, you could be liable for what happens on there. So I was just wondering if this was kind of similar to that. But I guess if the shoe were on the other foot, right, if this subdivision were to create a roadway to exclude Harvest Meadow from using the road that they're connecting to Sable, would that be allowable?
Can you please rephrase that question?
Yeah, so they're making some connections, right?
Correct.
If I'm not mistaken, they were connecting to the west?
Correct, yes, the temporary way out to Sable.
So if the developer were to make that access prohibited to the Harvest Meadow residents, would that be allowable?
I imagine staff would never even let that occur.
Right, because it's a public road, right?
Correct.
So that's kind of what's going on here is the building out the connectivity in the city is kind of the overarching driver here, not trying to prohibit access to separate neighborhoods and segregate, one part of the community from another.
Yes, sir. The overall goal is to increase connectivity and provide better opportunities for transportation networks to flow freely. And then from a public safety perspective, that also increases public safety response times when there's multiple connections.
Thank you.
City Attorney Zarzaki, since we're going to, this is for rezoning, coming back for second reading. What exactly, it's here to ask questions. What is allowable since the
Yeah,
hearing's closed?
it's a very good question, Mayor. Thank you for that question. So historically, the city has had our hearings on first reading, and then the ordinance comes back for a second reading. Council does certainly need to be mindful that this is not a hearing. The hearing has closed. I would advise against inquiries that are creating new testimony that then would be considered in your decision. That is appropriate during the hearing stage. You certainly have an opportunity. It's a very high bar with Bob's rules where you could make a motion to reconsider, which would then reopen the hearing. I'm not seeing that anyone is looking to do that, but that would be the way in which you would be asking for additional information. We would need to provide the applicant adequate notice so that they are here and prepared to participate. So I would advise against asking questions of staff to the extent that you're trying to obtain additional testimony to make a decision.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. So I caught something last time that was said by the landowner, and when she came forward to testify, she said that she had come to the city prior to. However, She was told at that time that that land was slated for R3 zoning. I don't understand how that could be. How could she have our community development department or planning tell her that before it had ever come up for consideration?
So,
I know I asked the hard questions.
no, so I believe there was some misuse of terminology, and
I thought she was very clear, actually.
Yes. I cannot speak for what community development said at that time, but I imagine the statement used by CD's or community development staff is the comprehensive plan currently at that time had a high density residential designation in our future land use map, and that would then lend itself to either a PUD or an R3 zoning district, if I recall that old comprehensive plan correctly. And yes.
Sounds pretty predetermined, and I don't think that's very democratic, actually. I also went through the website as far as people being able to participate in public hearing. There are no instructions on how to sign up for public hearing or participate. So just wanted to bring that up. Very curious about why she would say something like that. And was hoping that you would have an answer, but it is what it is. So, thank you.
Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to follow up on that. So what I'm hearing is that we're using a 2010 comprehensive plan to make decisions on this land years ago. Is that correct?
Correct. Roughly.
So then if that's correct, then we updated our comprehensive plan that has new neighbor character areas that actually apply, that is more applicable to current times, right?
Yes, sir.
And so with that new current comprehensive plan, that's where we have this ability to have this discussion about this pot of land. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And when I think about the point of tonight's ordinance, when I look at this presentation from the public hearing, you mentioned that there was a traffic and roadway infrastructure study, correct?
Correct.
And in this infrastructure study, can you explain just at a high level why that's important for city staff to have an infrastructure and roadway study?
Yes,
Why is
certainly.
that important?
Yeah, it's important to understand the future roadway capacity and needs. I believe Mr. Martinez from the last month stated that these roadway, these plans and studies look at the future in terms of, I think, 25 and 50 years, so they can understand what improvements need to be made to the immediate area as well as the surrounding areas and traffic lights. So it's used to understand what improvements are needed down the road.
Thank you. So what I'm hearing you say is that the traffic study and roadway infrastructure review is not just for current time, this pin in this current moment, but you're also looking at currently, but in the future. So that's responsible growth. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So that ensures that there's no bottlenecks or pains in the near future as we don't make decisions now that will impact the future. Is that why that's important?
That's the goal always.
My other question here is with the neighborhood meeting, it shows that you actually went out and talked to neighbors on July 14th, correct?
I believe so. There was a neighborhood meeting.
Oh, sorry. I'm looking at PowerPoint. It says July 14th.
Yeah. I don't remember the exact date, but there was a neighborhood meeting held in July after 4th of July week, if I can remember correctly,
Okay.
in which neighbors were invited, and then I believe the applicants had individual meetings with neighbors who were further interested in speaking with them.
Thank you. Thank you. And in this PowerPoint, it says it was a 500-foot radius that you went out to neighbors. What is our standard? Is 500 foot our standard, or is it less than 500 foot?
For
outreach.
For neighborhood meetings, I believe it's 300.
300. So we went above and beyond. This applicant went above and beyond to reach out to neighbors if it's above 300, right? Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
The other piece that I heard during the applicant hearing is that they actually are agreeing to put in the roads, right?
Correct.
As part of this project.
Yes. In addition to the required roadway improvements on East 102nd Avenue, and some other improvements on Chambers. The applicants are also agreeing to spend $275,000 to build a temporary road from Chambers to Sable Boulevard.
Oh, so they're building public roads for folks who are not living in the development. Is that correct? Does that sound right? Or I guess my question is, if they're building these roads, will other folks drive on them if they don't live in that development?
Correct. As a part of the development agreement, that they will be dedicated as public roads for use by any and all.
Oh, so it's for a public good, and they're helping expand our public good.
Yes, sir.
And then also when I'm reading this and I'm understanding, this aligns to our city's transportation plan, master plan. Is that correct?
Correct. And East 102nd Avenue specifically came, and the design came from our current transportation master plan, or the previous one. One was just adopted.
The one that just adopted. So they're helping advance the goals of the city's master transportation plan by creating public good and services for the whole, in this case, area, right? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So I guess I'm diving in. So folks from Harvest Meadow will actually be able to go east and west on 102nd Avenue as they try to get out their subdivision. Is that correct?
Correct.
And when you think about quality of life for folks in Harvest Meadow, is that going to be helpful for them as you think about getting out of this subdivision, if they can go both routes? I guess from your experience as a city manager or city planning staff, when you think about multiple access points to exit a neighborhood, does that help?
It would help very much so, yes.
So it may help improve their quality of life in terms of getting out of their own neighborhood. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Ford.
Thank you. I was just sitting here thinking optimistically that maybe this development's going to be extremely nice. And what if the folks from Harvest Meadows want to go over and use their facilities? You know, I hope that's the case. But if Harvest Meadow doesn't want their residents or their tenants using their private facilities, I guess they can put up signs and the HOA can come up with a means in how to detour that. And I would think the same of this new development if they don't want folks from Harvest Meadows. But when it comes to roads, I think Councilmember Madera is exactly right. The public has the right to utilize the public roads, and the private stuff, the private people have the right to detour others from using those things. But I don't think that's a reason to quabble over additional public infrastructure. That's all.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you very much. I did bring this up at the first hearing, but I said other councils will have to deal with the outfall. So thank you very much.
All right. Need a motion and second to adopt ordinance Z25. Councilmember Douglas?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I know there were neighborhood meetings and everything, but I've heard from people who don't feel that who live here, who don't feel this is the proper zoning for this property. And, yeah, future councils are going to have to deal with the outfall on this because there are apartments right to the west of it. And I don't know if that went through the hearing process or it was administratively approved, but people don't always know how to participate in the public process. And I didn't feel it met the conditions. I expressed myself as to that in the hearing. And I'll stick by that. I think there's better zoning for this and better use of this land that would support the community much better than this. So I will continue to be a no vote on this. I think there are other zoning districts that would be more appropriate.
All right, I need a motion and a second to adopt ordinance Z 25-002 on second and final reading. Councilmember Ford.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt Z 25-002. Council is seated on second reading.
Councilmember Teeter.
Second the motion.
Is there any more discussion? The motion on the floor is to adopt ordinance Z 25-0002 on second and final reading. Will the clerk read the title and take a roll call vote?
Z 25-0002, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance and zoning map of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by rezoning the property generally located at 10225 Chambers Road from agricultural district to multifamily residential district. Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes 5-3 and 1 excused absence. All right, on to administrative council business. Do any council members have administrative council business items for unforeseen or emergency? Councilmember Madera.
So this is the second meeting in a row that we had people coming from, I live adjacent to 96th Avenue. Can we speak to their concerns, or do we need some time to look that over?
City Manager Rogers.
I think, Mayor, thank you, Mayor. I think Councilmember Madera, obviously they're coming. We are we will be engaging with them with respect to their properties next to 96th Avenue. I don't have an answer now. I do know, like I said, we will be engaging with them here shortly. That communication will either be going out this week or after the Thanksgiving holiday, so that we can then come back to you all to share those results. And obviously hear some of those concerns. But I think at this stage, I wouldn't be able to give you a fair and honest answer of how to address that resident or others that may be within that same boat without first having conversation with my staff and then engaging with them.
Okay, and do we know what the speed's gonna be on the Wyden Road yet, or?
It's my understanding, and I could be incorrect, that the speed limit is identified for 45 miles per hour. And that is what is anticipated with the widening.
Okay. So they were right on the speed that they were expecting and increased noise?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, I'll let the next council, see what you guys hear from the neighborhood, from the outreach.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you very much. I received this information this afternoon that Commerce City and North Denver have been chosen as the finalists for the state's first environmental equity and cumulative impact analysis. Cultivando is a local coordinating agency alongside their key community and fiscal partners, and they will have an interview as a finalist with CDPHE by the end of this week. This is an important step that has been taken and that we're moving forward on, so that's really exciting news. But it draws attention to other information that we received today. And while I want to thank the generosity of Suncor, I am concerned what $75,000 in a donation from Suncor means for the ice rink and Christmas marketplace, holiday marketplace that we're going to be having in the parking lot here at City Hall. I would love to see Suncor's $75,000 go to help folks in these areas that are going to be addressed, that could be addressed for the environmental equity and cumulative analysis, cumulative impact analysis, rather than going to support an ice rink. I thought that we had put enough money towards that. From my experience as a fundraiser, what that usual trade-off means is that Suncor will have a prominent representation at the ice rink and in social media advertising as one of the sponsors, and certainly the largest sponsor of all the sponsors that have been received. So I would like consideration to have a motion that thanks Suncor for their contribution, but declines accepting the funds. My motion is to thank Suncor for its donation, but to decline the funds.
If I may, Mayor, I don't want to short circuit this, but there's no legislative action here for council to take. This is within the operational parameters of myself and the city staff. So while I appreciate the motion for telling Suncor thanks, we have always been clear that we have been short on funding, and we would close the gap on that by securing fundraising dollars or sponsorship dollars through entities that are within Commerce City. This is no different than other events that we have partnered with Suncor, others, but I just wanted to be clear about the motion and where that motion would be acted upon or not.
Councilmember Douglas.
Yes, I was actually going to second that motion.
Okay.
But I would suggest then that the motion be that the city council does not support acceptance. If the city manager chooses to keep the funds, that's certainly his decision. But that doesn't mean that we have to accept it as a policy decision. It is a whitewashing of the role that these industries play in Commerce City. It looks really nice to be a sponsor of an ice rink, but I don't think it's appropriate, especially since we have testified, we have monthly emissions reports, they have hydrogen sulfide, they have hydrogen dioxide, they have cyanide in the water, and so forth. So my motion would be to my motion is for the city council to express its displeasure at accepting funds from Suncor for the ice rink and holiday marketplace.
Okay, that's the motion. Any discussion? Councilmember Dukes? Yeah, Councilmember Douglas second.
Yeah, just, I guess, point of clarification. As someone who, really was advocating for this winter holiday and ice skating rink, I want to make a comment that City Manager Rogers has been clear, as well as his team, around the total cost and totality of the size of the ice skating rink, as well as location and the desire for it. So that has been clear from my understanding from day one, that you're going to need sponsorship. What I'm hearing with this motion is that essentially there's two parts. One is say we don't need the funding to create a community gathering space that will really unify all parts of our city in something that's celebratory. The other piece is that I'm hearing is that at the beginning of Mayor Pro Tem's comment was saying Suncor should use that money to support a nonprofit named Contovando in a study that is really aligned with environmental justice work. And I can't support that amendment because it takes away our community celebratory event and gathering spaces that we've heard for so many years, that our community needs places to go, to gather, to celebrate, and to spend their hard-earned dollars with small businesses and profits that will go back towards the city, but also just this opportunity to unify the city. So I can't support that. The other thing that I'm concerned about is the conversation to take these dollars to highlight a specific nonprofit that is aligned to environmental activism. It's not the fact that it's not needed in our system. We need activists and we need folks to bring to light environmental justices. The challenge is from us as a sitting body, as a city council, we cannot hand select and choose who we give money to. That's disturbing, that's concerning on my end, because if we begin to hand select and choose specific people, organizations, and causes that only align with things that we're passionate about, this is going to be a disservice to our whole community. And so with that, I can't support a change to the amendment. I'm just a little taken back, frankly, about this discussion. One, because of the excitement, the opportunity for our community to do something new, to bring back Winterfest that has been a part of this community staple for years. Prior to, I think, I want to say 90s, it kind of went away, and then you're having something to bring back for people in the South and the North that are excited about. And then two, I'm just taken back by the saying we don't need additional dollars. Because that's the challenge too, because when we start saying we don't want sponsorships for anything across our city, it is short-sighted, because as we all know, there is sponsorships for a number one of our events, whether it's Fall Festival, whether it's Winter Festival, whether it's our music in the parks. And so we're going to be nitpicky and begin to say, no, we don't want your dollars, even though we know a community that wants it and needs it.
Thank you. Just for clarification, City Manager Rogers, when this was brought forward as far as a budgetary item, didn't the council approve additional funds to actually put this marketplace in, or the ice skating rink in place?
So generally speaking, you all approved $300,000 of additional funds. That only covered a certain percentage of the ice skating rink, and that we would go out and solicit sponsorship opportunities for the remaining balance. If we were unsuccessful, then we would come back seeking council additional appropriation for what remained. We were successful in being able to get either in-kind or monetary sponsorship funding for that remaining balances, and that's how we've been able to move forward.
So when was that stated? Because I recall, like you said, 300,000, and if additional dollars were needed, you would come back to this council and ask, and you did, and we approved those additional. So I'm asking is, when did that come into play? Because
that would have been during the hearing in March.
I don't remember that being as an additional, because 300,000 was asked, you came back to say, hey, it's gonna cost more, and it was like $99,000, and we approved that. So I don't recall that there was additional ask to seek opportunity from support, because then you would have had an ask, okay, there's levels, because I know when there's sponsorships for different events, it would say platinum, 25,000 or whatever, right? So I don't recall that as part of your discussion or seeking to add sponsorship dollars.
In March, we brought the $300,000 appropriation ordinance forward. Once again, that covered a broad spectrum of opportunities, some being the food truck rodeo, others being the ice skating rink and the Mary Market. We did note that based on what we were getting as it pertained to the size of rink and the cost of rink, that there was going to be a gap. There was a discussion around seeking sponsorship opportunities that was raised months before that during a study session, in which we then began thinking about that opportunity, once again, trying to maximize the budget that we had, and that if we failed to capitalize, because we also wanted to be able to build community spirit around this, was to again go forward into, like I said, seeking sponsorship. There have been, and I'd have to go back through my notes, but I believe there had also been raised, as I was doing my report out, where we stood with our sponsorship opportunities and that we were making headway.
Okay, thank you.
You're
All
welcome.
right, Councilmember Douglas.
Yes, I also thought I remembered either 100,000 or 99,000 as a line item on the budget by itself for the ice skating rink. So that's what I recall. I don't have it right here in front of me, but unless my memory fails me, I thought it was a separate line item.
And to correct myself, going back through, we had the 300,000, we had the 99,000. The 99,000 was the difference, or the 90,000 that we asked was the difference between what we believe we could secure in our fundraising events or our fundraising activities for the Merry Market and for the ice skating rink. And that was handled by the council in July.
I just remember it just being a line item for the ice skating rink. And, you know,
I guess I appreciate all of the conversation around 399,000. I would say the simple answer is there was always going to be looking for sponsorship dollars and being able to close gap and or to be able to help further fund the activities that are being provided by this event and activity. And we have been consistent and clear about that since the onset of this project.
so the total cost of, or expense of this is the 99 plus the sponsorship money?
Yes, ma'am. Plus what we have from the original funding of the 300,000 that was that occurred in the March timeframe.
No. Oh. This kind of throws me off a little bit. I would suggest that everybody take the opportunity to watch the movie Dark Waters. The town there reminds me a lot of what's going on here. Thank you.
Councilmember Teeter.
Yeah, I'd just like to say, this is one council member that is very happy that Suncor stepped up and is going to be helping us out a little bit, and I'm looking forward to that ice rink opening up on December the 3rd for all of our community. And I think a better way for you guys to protest Suncor, if you don't like them, I know a lot of you own electric vehicles, so rather than fly into Salt Lake here next week, you probably ought to just drive that electric vehicle out there. And that'd be a good protest against Suncor.
Councilmember Teeter, could you refrain from making remarks like that, please?
Okay.
Okay? Councilmember Dare.
I won't be supportive of this motion. One of the biggest things that's lacking in this community is the sense of community. And, you know, we're 7 days out from putting on this marketplace to really have a sense of community and pride and have small businesses come out that the community can support. And, you know, because of personal vendettas that certain individuals don't want to take the money, we're making symbolic motions that at the end of the day don't accomplish anything. If anything, it's more harmful than beneficial, right? This is the reason that they won't come to the table and talk to a lot of people on council, because of things like this, where, you know, you don't have to like people, but having a working relationship is a lot more beneficial to the community than not. I mean, you know, like the saying goes, you catch more flies with honey than with other stuff. It's the same case here. You know, you can't pick winners and losers, and because someone's willing to sponsor an event, you know, that's doing good for the community. Like, I don't know. I can't get on board with causing harm to the community for my personal political beliefs.
Councilmember Ford.
Thank you. I agree with a lot of what Councilmember Madera said. You know, Brighton just got a new museum and firehouse, and from my understanding was paid for by oil and gas. I'm sure they appreciate the firehouse and the museum in Brighton. I don't think that it means that oil and gas bought them off. I think we'd be having this same discussion if we were talking about a trucking company or a developer trying to help do the right thing and build community and donate money. I don't think that that's fair. You want to build a relationship with the large tax providers within our community. I don't think you ought to let them off the hook from doing good by our community and doing the right thing, but I don't think you should shun them when they do try to do something good. They have planted trees in Pioneer Park. They built a Boys and Girls Club. They blew out all the sprinklers for the senior citizens in our community one year. Goodwill is okay. It is all in how you accept it. If Jane Fonda was sponsoring this ice rink, would we be having this conversation right now? I don't think so. I am proud of Suncor sponsoring this ice rink and giving our residents, those that are always called disproportionately impacted, an opportunity to have some fun and entertainment within our community. So I will not be supportive as well.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you very much. I just want to be clear, the idea of an ice rink in the Holiday Marketplace is fabulous, and I'm very excited for it to happen. I'm so glad it's coming forward. Dates get thrown out a lot around here, but I'm actually looking at the meeting minutes of June 2nd, when $99,000 was appropriated for a community ice rink and holiday market from the unencumbered fund balance. It might have even been possible to pull another $75,000 out of the unencumbered fund balance. My interest is in community especially, and my interest is especially in children who are going to be enjoying themselves at the ice rink. And you know this is going to be platforming sponsors, so I just think it's not respectful to our community who is affected. But that's my opinion, and that's why I made the motion.
Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you. I just want to be clear from what I understand through this process. I think everyone kind of said what they understood or didn't recall. My understanding is as we submitted a motion to increase funding for not just the ice skating rink, but for a series and a number of things that are going to help promote community gathering. I remember this because Councilmember Ford had a passionate discussion and statement around, like, if we don't invest in our own community, then who else will? And so that's where the initial kicked off. But then throughout the process, City Manager Rogers has been clear about the expectations of what needs to be funded and how far this money can go. He's been clear about the fact that he's going to need additional sponsorship because, as you recall, these dollars were not just for the ice skating rink. It helped with Music in the Park, where we had every Music in the Park had food at every Music in the Park. It helped with the vendors set up at the ice skating rink. So not just the rink itself, but it's going to provide logistics that City Manager Roger actually did an RFP for, to say who's going to do the logistics to set up the Merry Market so that it's not city ran. So that costs money. It also is going to be a part of the food truck rodeo. And in addition, we were going to do a wine walk as well, and it's something that we can revisit. But there's a number of things that these dollars were going to be a part of. But the clear piece was that these dollars, and again, the city manager, deputy city manager Cheryl was mentioning that these dollars, we didn't need more because we could look for sponsorship. And this is going to complement what we already have budgeted for. This helps expand it, but this is going to complement the existing programs that we already had across our city. So this is what I recall as we go through this process and think about it, because somewhere, somehow, things get lost in translation. So I feel like it's important to say and share what I recall as well, because for some reason and it's human nature. We're on the dais and we hear things differently, and we see things differently. But that's my recall, and I can't stress enough that I've been informed. I've understood what the city manager and our deputy city manager have said. We looked at the finances together, and we made actionable steps for voting on these things. Something that really also triggered is what Councilmember Dare just said. We are 7 days out from having this event. And the challenging piece for me is that these questions, if these were an issue, these should have been talked about months ago. This should have been a discussion that we should have had a year ago. But to bring this up 7 days out to an event and say I didn't recall, that's disheartening. It's disheartening because this is something that our city has been demanding for it. And to say that we're not going to use the dollars, or to make a motion and say that the city council decides that we're going to have a letter that says we don't want the dollars, but if the city manager chooses to use them, it's on him. That creates divide, that creates division, and doesn't ultimately help our city. It doesn't help the residents that have high property taxes, that have to drive to Denver, use oil and gas in their automobiles to drive across every other part of the city. When we can have something here, it doesn't help them when we can have something here. So it's disheartening. It's disappointing, because this motion, again, is not just about the Suncor piece of it. It's not in my mind, I'm not I'm not anti-oil and gas, anti-Suncor. But my challenge is I'm pro our community. I'm pro community gathering. I'm pro excitement about seeing our community shop in our community. I am thankful for all the sponsors, whereas KSC, who has been, talked about so bad as well, but they stepped up and sponsored. Ardent Mills stepped up and sponsored, either in kind or not. So I'm pro partnerships. And so this is an example of pro partnerships for our city, and it's disappointing that we're having this discussion at this point. But I'm excited about the ice skating rink. Frankly, if we don't want dollars to fund the ice skating rink, I would have rather you had a motion or a motion about, like, let's cancel the holiday market. I think that's what essentially this is trying to do, and I'm against that.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. Councilmember Dukes, I'm very sorry that you are disappointed, but this is not about canceling anything. This is just about identifying what was proposed to us. We just found out about the sponsorships. Excuse me. We just found out about the sponsorships. And so now it sounds like you're lumping everything together in the 300,000, and so things are starting to become convoluted here. And so, I mean, we have a right to have this discussion and to understand that having this in our neighborhood, yes, is benefit financially, but what are the costs when it comes to negative health impacts and things like that, which we have to consider. We have to consider the community itself, who, they don't always have their voices heard. So to make a statement like this, we're not trying to, no one on this dais, I believe, is trying to say that we shouldn't have the holiday market or it should be canceled or anything like that. So I don't want the public who's listening to misconstrue it as that. This is simply to make a statement about the consideration for the well-being of the community and where we accept money from when we already thought that this was funded. That's all. And I'm sorry you're disappointed, but that's not what anybody is trying to do here. We want to see this come to fruition. It's just that the other part of this kind of came as a surprise.
Okay, just to clarify, on June 2nd, the council approved on first reading this ordinance 2689, and then on July 7th, it was the second and final approval. So at not any of those times did it say anything about trying to find extra funds for scholarships, so that's incorrect.
Mayor, if I may.
Hold on, there's nothing wrong with getting scholarships. I totally for scholarships. If they want to give money, that's fine, but I just wanted, for the record, let's not make things up to change things. Just call it for what it is. I mean, if it was a mistake that it was said, that's fine. But I'm going on ordinance 2689, sir.
If
City
I may.
Manager Rogers.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. If you look at page 2 of the council communication, it clearly states that last paragraph, staff is seeking sponsorship for the 2025-2026 ice rink and holiday market. And there is a reasonable expectation that this additional funding may be offset by sponsorships. However, this passage is still needed to authorize the additional appropriation required. We are utilizing any and all dollars that have been funded and appropriated for this project, and in that council communication, we have made it very clear, staff is seeking sponsorships for the 25-26 ice skating rink and Mary Market.
Sponsorship, we get sponsorships for music in a park. That's not a problem. I don't have a problem with sponsorships. I'm just going off what the ordinance 2689 was an amount of $99,000. That's what we approved on unencumbered funds. That's all I'm saying. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
I'd like to call the vote, please.
All right.
Second.
It's already been first approved, so. Okay, thank you. All right, the motion floor is to have city council express its displeasures in accepting funds from Suncor for the holiday market and ice rink.
Your vote is open.
Okay, that fails 3-5. All right. Any other council members have unforeseen business or emergency at this time? Councilmember Douglas.
Yes, I was going to address the concerns on 96, but I am going to submit a notice of council business to address one of the requests. I was going to bring it up here, but I will wait to put it on the next regular meeting, which will be my last.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you. I'll just, also on 96th Avenue, I guess I was curious. One, I was appreciative Mark to come in, the HOA board member, and I guess he said he's board president, to share his concerns. What I heard is that as far as a sound wall, and I appreciate that, he said they don't want a sound wall specifically, but he appreciated the fact that he provided alternative solutions. And the 45-mile-per-hour speedway, I know is a part of the speed study. I'm just curious around what legislative action, if we wanted to reduce it from 45 miles to 40, what does that look like? Or is that?
So as part of your master transportation plan that will be forthcoming to you all, it will outline roadway classifications, and in those roadway classifications, it has identified speed limits for those particular roads. So when you think of like a principal arterial, so don't hold me to it, I don't have it in front of me. For an example, it may give you a range of 40 to 45 miles as your maximum speed limit. We have no roadways within Commerce City's boundaries that are proposed to be above 45. When you start to get above that 45 limit, that gets into more of your highway identified speeds, and we don't have any outside of 85 and 76 and 270 and so forth that are identified highways, and those aren't classifications of roads that we control. So when you go from your residential or rural street to or collector to your principal arterial, you'll see those gradient scales as part of that master transportation plan. You could look at a redesignation of those principal arterials, but and you then have to look at the ripple effects that it will have across the other backbone network that has been established with the layering of roads, right? Principal arterials, collectors, so forth down. And by changing that, how does that then change other calculations that may then play into other needs by then potentially delaying or slowing up the master transportation plan? Once again, just sharing that that's a reality if a course of action if the council wanted to go down.
Thank you, City Manager. So what I'm hearing, so the master transportation plan dictates the speed limits right now, and it is the range. It provides a range between 40 and 45 miles per hour on interior roads, right? Is that correct? Is that correct?
So it does lay out what is the identified speed limit for all public roads within the city, and we have classifications for all public roads within the city.
Okay, and then with that, once this project is either finished or we look at, what I'm hearing you say, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that we can look at it and readjust or address it in the future if it becomes an issue or a challenge to keep it at 40.
That is correct. You could always look at the designation of roads and, have staff go through an analysis of what would be the pros or cons of that.
But to keep in mind that any shift it'll be a cascade effect, right? If we shift that, it may negatively impact maybe Chambers or Tower, but that's something we have to look at.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Douglas.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that where Mr. Schulman got the 45 mile per hour information was the neighborhood meeting that was held at Southland Elementary, and that he got that information that night to say that it was going to be 45 rather than 40. So that's what he's basing all of his requests on, what was presented at that meeting, including a 14-foot sound wall, which they were not in favor of. They said anywhere from 8 feet to 14, but the recommendation was for 14 feet. And that was at that meeting. So that's where that's what he's basing everything on, is the information he received at that meeting.
City Manager Roger.
Thank you, Mayor. I've been able to pull up the master transportation plan that's been posted on our website. We have 5 classifications of roadways. We have what is called the principal arterial, 45 miles per hour, minor arterial, 40 miles per hour, major collector, 35 miles per hour, minor collector, 30, and then local roads at 25. For what is within the plan, once again, we'll have to get most up-to-date information, but as I've understood it, what we have is for 96th Avenue between Tower and Piccadilly heading out. That's identified as a principal arterial. As you get west of Tower Road, that then converts to a minor arterial. So what may be on the plans and what may have been discussed, we'll just have to double check. But once again, in our master transportation plan, what we have identified from 96 to the O'Brien and further west and up to Tower Road is a minor arterial. And in our master transportation plan, a minor arterial is a 40 posted speed max. And that posted speed limit may be subject to a reduction based on engineering studies. So we do give qualifying disclaimers that if the speed is too high, it always gives us the ability to go back and perform the appropriate engineering study to address it. either to reduce it or to take other parameters or steps necessary.
Thank you. City Manager Rogers, I know, let's see, a couple meetings, regular meetings during the council administrative business proposed that look at 3 different areas along 96 for a traffic light and a left turn lane for a signalized intersection.
Correct.
And where are we at with that study?
So yes, so the study was just concluded. They are reviewing the engineering analysis that was shared with me approximately a week ago. So I would assume that we have at least another week or 2 before that information is shared with the council. But we've concluded the traffic signal warrant analysis that is currently being reviewed by the traffic team. And once they have that information, I will then be able to present it to the body.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. All right, seeing no others, we'll go to report. City Manager Rogers, please provide your weekly report.
Thank you, Mayor. That being said, as it comes to an email that I was shared with you last week, there is a need for an appointment of our City Council Orientation Committee. That City Council Orientation Committee is to assist me or my designees in developing the council orientation for our new council members that will be sworn in on December 8th. As you all may be aware from that email correspondence, there was no discussion or there was no action taken with this body to reappoint members, and there is a need for 3 to be done so. So my ask to you all in assisting with our staff is to ensure that we have 3 representatives that we can begin working with in finalizing the materials and topics of discussion.
I would like to take part in the orientation committee. Councilmember Dukes?
I will as well. Like to take part in the orientation committee.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
I'll volunteer as well.
Any other council members? Okay. Need a motion and second to appoint Councilmember Duke, Mayor Pro Tem Noble, and myself, the mayor, to the City Council Orientation Committee. Or,
Sorry, is
you make a
Dukes.
motion?
No, I'd second that, but
Okay.
yeah, yes.
All right. Councilmember Kim?
Did you second?
I'd like to make a motion to
Yeah.
appoint this member to the committee.
And I will second that.
Thank you. Okay, the motion on the floor is to appoint Councilmember Dukes, Mayor Pro Tem Noble, and myself, the mayor, to the City Council Orientation Committee. We'll ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes 8 with 1 excused absence. All right. Is there anything else, City Manager Rogers?
Yes, Mayor. I want to highlight a couple of other things for you all. You all received another email from me today that Adams County is holding a regional collaboration roundtable kickoff meeting this Wednesday at the Windmere Dome in Brighton, Colorado, from 5 to 7. That is to begin discussing how we all as municipalities, leaders, and so forth should be thinking about regional funding and impacts, coming up and driving a regional collaboration framework, discussing what shared vision looks like, and then a path forward. So I intend to be at that, but obviously we have added that to your calendars if you all would like to participate as well. This will be the one of two meetings that have already been scheduled. There's another one being scheduled for January 31st, all-day event, and that is a Saturday to continue these discussions in greater detail, which I assume will be discussed as well on this Wednesday. You had raised as a body the question around Dr. Cog grants for TIP and what was submitted. What was selected for further discussion was 88th Avenue segments B and C, which was a request amount of around $30 million. What they have placed on deck would be 96th Avenue between Tower Road and E470 to an approximate cost of $8.5 million. And carry over from previous RTP's requests, that being the US 85 and 120th interchange with a requested amount of $120 million. So we are awaiting decisions back on that, like I stated last week, but wanted to recapture for the listening populace. We have launched our 2025 business surveys. Those surveys have gone out for businesses to help shape the future of Commerce City's business community, as well as helping us further understand any challenges that they face. So it's a 10-minute survey. We're looking forward to being able to get that feedback. The ED, PD, and communications teams met to discuss a business watch program and how to share information about the new trespass enforcement request form that businesses can fill out to allow PD to enforce municipal trespassing violations on the business's behalf, even when they are not present. And then for PRG, the Second Creek Farms notice to proceed was given, and the contractor has 240 days to complete construction. I know there was a discussion around the Buffalo Run Golf Course. You know, once we're able to work through the contractual negotiations and get that finalized, how long it would take for us to get through the final design. We assume that will be a 5 to 6 month period for us to bring from 30 to 100%. And once that, we'll then be able to give a notice to proceed for them to then break ground. So we are, weather dependent, very hopeful that we'll be able to be at a advantageous position of being able to start moving dirt in the March-April timeframe of next year. And then last but not least, the CCPD has graduated 19 participants from its second Citizens Academy, which is the only second Citizens Academy in the last 2 decades. So congratulations to all of the graduates from the Citizens Academy.
Thank you. Any council members have questions for City Manager Rogers? City Manager Rogers has a question. It was just put out to the public for Chambers Road widening public comment. I guess there's a peer opening for people can comment on multi-purpose use trails and sidewalks improvements on Chambers Road. People are asking, how is that going to be paid?
How is it going to be paid?
Yeah.
We currently have not identified funding for that.
Okay.
I think what we're taking with this opportunity is to continue to understand concepts and ideas for inclusion and incorporation. But at this stage, that project remains unfunded.
Okay, so this would be for a future, whatever the outcome would be, gathering information from the public will ultimately be a CIP future project.
Correct, or as part of the widening project when we're able to, complete design and continue to think about the opportunities and the options for multimodal transportation or transit along that corridor, so it can be woven in.
All right, appreciate that. And the other, we did receive an email with the update about the speed bumps on Olive Street. It said that it did not meet the warrant of putting speed bumps in, even though they were put in the wrong location, and then going forward with 3 other steps. And I know at that time, that night, there was a friendly amendment from Councilmember Chacon to include that the residents could actually do a petition in order to get the speed bumps in. Is that still allowable?
I believe we have a process outlined that will allow for residents to file a petition for continued consideration. I don't know if that will overtake, well, I do not believe that will overtake the engineering standard or practice that has to be demonstrated. But once again, without having that document in front of me, I can't speak to the specificities within it. There's obviously process. Whether or not that process will lead to the desired outcome by those residents, I can't give them that assurance.
Okay, because that was approved by this council to have that as a fail-safe option for the citizens on that corridor, so.
I do appreciate that. I will also have to say we have to balance that against engineering and technical expertise and whether or not that will create additional liability. And what's been demonstrated by the numbers in the field does not support what we have heard or what we have seen. There are other parameters that we can take. And when I mean what we've heard and what we've seen, it doesn't rise to that level that we have to take in constructing that countermeasure. There are other steps that we can take to help ameliorate some of their concerns, which is the flashing zones with radar speed, and not just doing it at Olive, but doing it at Olive, Oneida, and Newport.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to clarify that just to make sure correct on this, you were correct on, at the time we had our council communication, it was a portion in there when it came to sponsorship. I will give you that. I apologize for that. But what I was going on was the ordinance. What the ordinance stated, what I signed as the mayor, did not stipulate the sponsorships. So I just want to clarify that, for the record. Okay, City Attorney Zarzaki.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be brief, but I wanted to give council an update. There are a number of ordinance revisions that council has requested that we move forward and look at. The solicitation ordinance revisions will be coming before council for your consideration on first reading on December 15th. Our impound ordinance, if you recall, we had a study session about this last spring, is ready to move forward, and we will also be bringing that likely on December the 15th as well. In looking at our increased enforcement on homeless encampments and shopping cart ordinance enforcement, it has come to my attention that we need to update our surplus property ordinance to make sure that that aligns with how it is we are collecting property, retaining it for the appropriate amount of time for due process considerations. So we will be bringing forward a surplus ordinance revision as well. My hope is to have that done before the end of this year. Final update is the e-bike regulations. We do have a meeting internally this week to talk about proposed red lines, and we will be bringing that back to you as an update as well. That is it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, on council. City Council, have any reports to make? Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
I want to give kudos to the Senior Commission and staff for putting on the tremendous senior dance on Friday night. It was a full house, and everyone had a wonderful time. This was the second one, and from what I understand, they intend to do this annually because people love it so much. So we'll see that again. The Senior Commission also had a meeting last week, which I attended, but congratulations to everyone on a job well done on the senior dance. I did want to make it clear also that the lead agency on the impact analysis I was referring to earlier is Adams County Health Department. It is not Cultivando. And my final message is to the friends and family of Guillermo Cerna. Man, I would come to these meetings for 18 months, and some council members will remember that, as representative from North Range Concerned Citizens, and I would hear this man get up and summarize the meetings. He would stay through the entire meeting and get up and summarize the meeting. and make the most brilliant comments about what he had just heard and what it meant for Commerce City. And I said, I have to meet this man. I need to sit down with him. And I learned that he ran a garden behind Maria Gonzalez's insurance agency, where he provided food to children in the Commerce City area. He was the son of a migrant farm worker. I am blessed to be able to say that he was my friend. I didn't know him as well as some on this panel, particularly Councilmember Douglas, but he was such a fixture in Commerce City. It is a real tragedy. He had to move out of Commerce City because of Metro District mill levies. He couldn't afford his home, so he moved to North Glen, where he didn't have Metro District mill levies. But I appreciate his funny comments, and sometimes he would send me a text when I was home after I had spoken, and he would say during administrative council business, "They're talking about you again, Susan. You should be here." Anyway, I will miss Guillermo. I can't help but smile about him, even though it's such a sad day. But what a tremendous human being, and I hope that all of you get to meet Guillermo Serna in your lifetimes. And I'm just sad he won't be back again.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Noble. Councilmember Teeter.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on the seniors dance Saturday. Was that Saturday? I think it was. Friday. Over 140 was served down there. So, I just, it was just a great time. I mean, they all enjoyed and everything was good about it. That's all I got.
Thank you. Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. First of all, I want to start out by sending my regrets, my apologies to the Senior Commission for missing the meeting, as well as the dance-off or whatever it was called. I got caught up in some other things and had to miss it. And I regret that, and I apologize to everyone because I really wanted to be there and wasn't able to. But Guillermo was a really good friend of mine, and I'm just so sad to hear about his passing. I remember meeting him many years ago at the old Civic Center over on 60th, which is now the Adams 14 building. And he struck me as such a compassionate man for the average person. And so I got to know him. I remember the first time I met him, he was arguing with someone about how people couldn't, outside the Reunion neighborhood, couldn't use the Reunion rec center, and he just couldn't understand that. And we fought lots of battles together. And he called me all the time. Sometimes I didn't have time to talk to him. I regret that now. And he just turned 80 this year. We had plans that after the election we would get together and we would go out and gather with some of our other friends and celebrate his birthday. It never got to happen. I'm just really sad that he's gone. But yeah, he knew what it was like to struggle, and he was very compassionate with those people who knew that struggle as well. And he was such an asset to our Commerce City community. I'm gonna really miss him. I regret that I never got to have that birthday breakfast or lunch or whatever we were gonna have. But Yeah, it's not going to be the same without him. So I send my condolences to his family. My heartfelt condolences.
Thank you. Any other council members have reports? Councilmember Kim, did you have any?
No.
Okay. All right, I want to send my condolences to the Cerner family as well. I've got to know Gurmo over the years. I just appreciate his wisdom and what he brought to this community. For someone that I'm sure would have loved to have taken anyone's place up here in the dais as what he thought how Commerce City should be, as far as built out and more inclusive. And thank you to Councilmember Kim for Veterans Day, for raising the flag on Veterans Day, for that celebration. The meeting for E470, you'll start to see the A-frames over at our toll plaza being removed, those A-frames off the highway. And then with, I'd say, next year, maybe a completion of, on both sides of the highway going north and south, gas station with not only gas, but EV charging, and then restaurants to actually go in and sit. Also, there was an airport, Adams County Airport Coordinating Committee meeting, and talk about Aerotropolis and what City of Denver is doing. The improvements on Pena Boulevard, there's probably going to be there's a NEPA study going forward. Probably won't see any movement until 2028 as far as DIA from I-70 all the way to the entrance of the airport. They also talked about taking Pena and then getting off at, I think, 56, and then there's a stretch from Aurora on their side, Piccadilly. Also, prior to week, myself, Councilmember Dukes and Councilmember Douglas attended DIA. They also had a presentation on future energy options for DIA. They're probably going to need, in the future, about 300 megawatts of additional energy. And that's all I have for now. Thank you. So I need a motion and a second to, yes? Oh, Councilmember Dukes.
Yeah, thank you, because you reminded me of the meeting with DIA. This was a stakeholder engagement meeting I was a part of with Mayor Douglas and Councilmember Douglas. And I think it's important that we really just stress the outcome or the intent of the meeting. With DIA and DEN specifically, they asked for community input about developing an RFI, a request for information on exploring the different alternative opportunities for energy at the airport. It was clear that this request, this RFI, was going to help set up DEN for the near future, meaning that as Mr. Washington, Phil Washington, who's running DEN at this time, has the forethought and the foresight to say, hey, how do we have this discussion now so that as DEN expands to passengers, I think 150 million passengers in the next 10 years or so, they have been thoughtful around what type of energy options they want to explore. And this is more of a succession planning opportunity. There wasn't any decisions that are going to be made with the RFI. Even with the RFI, they said that once they have the request for information and the information that comes back from it, they're going to do another round of community engagement opportunities for the community at different places. We also had it at our rec center, the Bison Rec Center, and then we went to the one at the hotel at the West End at DEN. But I wanted to share that context because I know there's been concern and conversations about having a nuclear plant near us or by us in the near future. And I just wanted to let folks know, if you're still on the call, that this wasn't or you're still watching the meeting, this wasn't a conversation around having a nuclear plant or energy at any time in the near future. This was simply a conversation that they invited community in to understand the complexities, to understand, and they shared the growth patterns of Den, some of the complexities of what it looks like growing in terms of needs, especially like air taxis, for example. Like as this begins to launch, people are going to be interested in having launch pads over at Den, these air taxis in the near future. And all this is going to take energy and just take energy. And so this was a goal for the conversation. It was a two-way discussion around what's coming up, what are the challenges, but no decisions have been made, nor will any decisions be made probably in the next 10 years. But this was an opportunity to explore and talk with the community, which I really valued. So I wanted to just share that as the mayor brought it up, and I forgot to mention it last time. But I share it to make sure that there is no misinformation about this, because there's some misinformation out there around this is going to happen or this isn't going to happen. But sitting there firsthand and hearing the opportunities and challenges, I wanted to share that so we're all on the same page. Thank you.
Thank you. And I forgot to add for their ACC meeting was also a discussion around transportation demand management in different ways that our Front Range region interacts with going to and from the airport, different priorities. So as you travel over to Den, you will notice they're going to be doing a survey of those who travel either by bus or by train, or being dropped off with a ride share. And there's a QR code, and they're asking for your input of how did you arrive to DIA? Was it by taxi? Was it by shuttle? Different forms of transportation. So please make sure if you see that study, click on the QR code and express how you interact or your mode of transportation. The other thing they talked about was commercial land opportunities around DIA. There's approximately 34,000 acres of land that encompasses the airport, 53 square miles. And there's also an area called Clear Zone. The Clear Zone is just outside of the airport itself, but within the compounds of the airport. And there are clear zones that are in Commerce City's growth boundaries. So there's going to be some challenges as we annex to the northeast of the airport, where these clear zone spaces will come into play. And then, let's see. That's all I have. Councilmember Douglas, did you have one more thing?
Yes, so those community meetings for DEN or DIA resulted from the fact that they were going to do a study, put out a request for a study on small nuclear reactors or small modular reactors. And so within 48 hours, there was an uprising from the neighborhood that was pretty much Green Valley Ranch. And so then it evolved into this study. It was centered around the small modular reactors because it's been classified as clean now because of legislation that was passed last year at the State House. And so with meeting with one of his staff members, I suggested that there be community meetings. And so Mr. Washington was amenable to that. And so the first one was at the Bison Ridge Recreation Center. The second one was at the Community College of Aurora. The third one was at DIA. All of them have been very well attended. People have been asking really great questions around future energy and why there is a need for it at the airport. And so tomorrow night, there is another meeting, and that is from 6 to 7:30 at the Green Valley Ranch Recreation Center. It's 4890 Argonne Way, that's ARGONNE Way, and that's in Denver. So for anybody who's interested in that, wanted to make sure that people were aware that there is another meeting tomorrow evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Nolan?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to congratulate Councilmember Douglas on her leadership on this issue and working with Mr. Washington at Denver International Airport. That's wonderful. And draw attention to the fact that DEN itself put out a news release on August 6th about its study. They announced today, that was August 6th, that it was issuing a request for proposals to study the feasibility of building a small modular nuclear reactor on the DEN campus. So it actually started with Denver International Airport. It didn't start with random people coming up with this idea. Thank you very much for your leadership, Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, I'd like to ask the council to extend this meeting until 11:30. It says an hour, 45 minutes, that's 15 minutes over, but the motion is to extend the meeting to adjourn at 11:30. Councilmember Kim?
Yeah, I'll take that motion on.
Okay. I'll second that. All right, the motion on the floor is to extend the meeting till 11:30.
Your vote is open.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, how do you vote? Thank you.
Okay, that passes 6-2. All right, tonight there are two executive sessions. I will ask for a motion and a vote for each session separately. I need a motion and a second to enter executive session, City Council of Commerce City pursuant to CRS Section 24-6-402, parentheses 4 and B, for the purpose of receiving legal advice regarding federal grants. Is there any discussion? Mayor Pro Tem Nolan.
So moved.
Oh, sorry. This is a motion, yeah. So moved. Councilmember Kim?
I'll second.
All right. Is there any discussion? The motion on the floor is to enter executive session of the City Council pursuant to CRS Section 24-6-402, frequency 4 and B, for the purpose of receiving legal advice regarding federal grants. We'll ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is open.
What? It's not letting us vote.
How do you vote? Yes
Yes.
or no? Thank you.
Okay, it passed unanimously. All right. All right, I need a second one. I need a motion and a second to enter executive session of City Council, Commerce City, pursuant to CRS Section 24-6-402, frequency 4 F and I, for discussion of personal matters, specifically to conduct a yearly performance evaluation to establish 2026 professional standards of the city manager. Formal action by the City Council following executive session is anticipated and will occur in open session. Need a motion and a second to adopt that motion?
So moved.
Councilmember Ford? Okay, is there any discussion? The motion on the floor is to enter into executive session pursuant to CRS Section 24-6-402, frequency 4 F and I, for the discussion of personal matters, specifically to conduct a yearly performance evaluation to establish 2026 performance standards as city manager. We'll ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is open.
Okay, it passes 8 with 1 excused absence. We will now enter executive session. The council will return from executive session to take action. The meeting broadcast and recording will remain up in the executive session is estimated to last approximately 1 hour and 45 minutes. Sorry. That was premature there. Upon returning executive session, council has, okay, bring it. Can you come back?
Come back in, I think. Yeah. I don't know.
10 minutes?
Midnight.
Midnight?
We don't have to, but they give us that time.
He said midnight?
Yes.
15 minutes.
So, just coming out and asking the council to extend the meeting till midnight. Councilmember Teeter?
I'll make that motion
Okay, make the motion? Yeah,
to extend it to midnight.
thank you. All right, need a second?
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Dukes is the second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Nay. All right, we're gonna have to have a vote, because I can't. That sounded too close.
Your vote is open.
Okay, it passes 5-3. All right, thank you. Yeah. City Attorney Zarzaki? How much time do we need?
How much time do you need?
Because we got 4 minutes.
All right. Resolution 2025-168, a resolution approving a salary increase for city manager Jason Rogers.
Oh, hold on, we gotta do a motion in a second,
Yes.
right? Okay.
Yes.
City Council has returned from executive session, need a motion in a second to adopt Resolution 2025-168. Councilmember Kim.
So moved.
Councilmember Madera.
Second.
Okay, discussion, seeing none, the motion on the floor is to adopt Resolution 2025-168. Because the resolution was not included in the agenda packet, I will ask the clerk to read the resolution in full and take a roll call vote.
Resolution 2025-168, a resolution approving a salary increase for city manager Jason Rogers. Whereas the City Council adopted Resolution 2022-115, appointing Jason Rogers to the position of city manager effective December 13th, 2022, and memorialized said employment by the employment agreement appointing a city manager for the City of Commerce City, Colorado, parentheses, the agreement. Whereas following the 2024 annual evaluation of the city manager, the City Council adopted Resolution 2024-143 on November 4th, 2024, approving city manager's base salary to $303,500. And whereas City Council completed the city manager's 2025 performance evaluation and agrees to approve an increase in his annual base salary in the amount of $10,622.50 for a new total annual base salary of $314,122.58. Now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Commerce City, Colorado as follows. Section 1, findings. The recitals to this resolution are incorporated as findings of the City Council. This resolution is found to be necessary for the preservation of the public health, safety, welfare in the public interest and in the public interest. Section 2, salary increase. City Council hereby approves an increase in the city manager's annual base salary in the amount of $10,622.50 for a new total annual base salary of $314,122.58, which shall be effective November 17th, 2025, resolved and passed this 17th day of November, 2025.
Thank you.
Your vote is open.
You got 10 seconds.
Thank you.
Okay, passed unanimously. And it's already 12 o'clock. So the time is 12 o'clock, seeing no further business, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you.